push it away. In dance chase and whispers before they all just fade. So how can I leave it all behind when I refuse to watch it fall to dust? I will find a this porcelain mirage may start to break. Each piece a reminder, every single little mistake. So how can I leave it all behind when I refuse to watch it fall to dust? Tell me why it won't ever be the same. I'll burn it all, no matter who's to blame. I'll find a way. I'll find a way. And every time I close my eyes, a little less of you remains. I know you're slipping further from me now. Am I too far away? Tell me
Ladies, gentlemen, and everyone in that wonderful Technicolor rainbow in between, welcome to tonight's coverage of the AEL. I'm What Too Broody, as per usual, and joining me, someone new to the Aegis scene here is Nash. How you doing tonight, Nash?
Doing good, Brittany. Thank you for having me. Excited to be here in this very evening. We got semifinals going on, and I'm pretty excited for it. We already got bands coming through, as we can see.
Yeah, ID Blastcone versus Bing Chiller's Emerald. A pretty exciting matchup tonight. Looking for that spot in the finals to try and get that coveted AEL chip. And like you said, fans already on their way through. Bing Chiller's Emerald taking away that Ivern alongside ID Blastcone looking at the Nico and potentially the Karma to take away as well.
Yep, and looking at this, they really are like just banning out these mid lane bullies on the side of ID Blastcone. As you see, no one really likes laning into Nico Karma. Very impressive early laning phase. Don't want to be on the receiving end of that. As for BC Emerald, an Ivern ban isn't something that you see that's common, but honestly, if ID Blastcone can run it, it is honestly a good ban. But I can see the Maokai ban coming out as well. I know both supports are do favor the Maokai in the support role, and it's just a very strong pick in that lane at the moment.
Yeah, despite all the nerfs headed his way, Maokai is still one of the strongest supports in the meta right now. I'm a little surprised to see the Karma ban just because she had so many nerfs geared towards her this time around in the patch notes. There's going to be a couple more probably headed her way. I think there's an RE buff coming along down the pipeline, but it seems like Karma mid and damage Karma is starting to be phased out, and supportive utility Karma is on her way back. But speaking of supportive utility, Seraphine is also going to be taken away. Interesting fact I learned about Seraphine recently, thanks to our wonderful producer PBS during the AEL podcast. Seraphine has a 15-3 win rate currently in the AEL, about an 83%, I believe. So potentially one of the strongest champions that you can pick. So not too shocking to see ID Blastcone take that one away. And they're actually going to opt for the Gragas first pick.
This is a very good flex pick. Honestly, technically mostly played top at the moment, but can flex that jungle, mid, and support as well. We see BC Emerald locking in their bot lane. I believe the Talia as well, favored towards the jungle, but it can also be pivoted towards as a mid lane carry as well to try to just deny any engage. Gragas does have a harder time into longer range compositions, so this response is quite intelligent from BC Emerald. We'll see how Blastcone wants to refute with their next two picks, see if they want to pick their AD support.
Yeah, nothing too shocking throughout the draft so far, but it is worth mentioning that this patch, we are on patch 14.6, so not only did those Karma and Smolder nerfs come through, very importantly, thank God we're not going to be seeing as much of that baby dragon anymore. But Ivy and Devoria, a lot of the 80 carry crit items did also recently get some buffs. So I expect that we'll be seeing a lot more of them over the course of the series, as we already see with that Jinx. And the Varus Jace as well. ID Blastcone actually shaping up to be a pretty poke-heavy comp already early on.
So they want to match the long-range composition that BC Emerald has with the Jinx and the Talia. Emerald is gonna top it off potentially with Emilio. I don't see why that's not a good option. I think that's actually a perfect option here. But the Varus Jace here, they want to match back. They don't want to like run face first into BC Emerald. So you don't want to play something way too front to back. Maybe something that can poke back or get some good off angles.
I would love to see some sort of consistent engage here, because you do have the Talia wall to sort of zone off the members of IDB, force them into a choke where Jinx can just start free-firing away with the rockets. But right now, they don't really have a go button. There's nothing for them that really like allows them to just all in currently into the face of the IDB. Like you said, if they're allowed to just sit back and poke, it's not going to look great for the Chillers. But for now, we're moving into the second phase of bans. My words escaping from me tonight, is that Blitzcrank is going to be taken away. Love that ban into the Emilio. He's just a little bit too good into that particular support. I wouldn't be shocked if we saw something like a Thresh or a Nautilus ban along the same lines for the Chillers over there.
And yeah, something that, like you said, really consistent engage. They're not going to be taken away from BC Emerald. I haven't really seen it too much in higher levels of play. Obviously, higher levels of player more favoring towards more frontline, tankier compositions, but the Narn has its place in certain situations. As you said, the Nautilus is going to be removed. Don't want that point and click ultimate with follow up from the trench line, consistent engage from it. Even if they have the Talia denial, it may be hard to shake him off in combination with his Gragas. And honestly, BC Emerald just needs something to just stand in front of them now.
And ID Blastcone, looking on that same line of thinking as you, they're going to take away the Malphite, who does a great job of standing in front of AD carries and saying, hey, you can't touch this one. So that one's going to be locked away. It's also consistent engage with that Unstoppable Force. So I'm curious to see what Bing Killers are going to tip their hand on, whether that Talia is still flexible to the jungle or if they're going to show what they're going to play into this potential Jace in the top side.
So the Ornn gonna be locked in here. That's kind of what I was looking for, a long range engage. Adds amazing scaling and team fight to the side of BC Emerald. Gonna give Jinx the opportunity to just scale even harder into the late game. Buffed Infinity Edge, more like buffed Molten Edge once you get that Ornn upgrade on that champion. As well as towards the Talia if she opts for maybe poke heavy Leandries or maybe more bursty Ludens. We'll have to see what they opt for. The Udyr are going to be here in response. I believe that is going to be Udyr top here against this Ornn. So most likely we're going to see this Gragas jungle, if I'm not mistaken. However, both can be swapped respectively. Udyr jungle, Gragas top. That's not very uncommon. Now to round out the composition, there's a lot of. So the Braum is I was gonna say that the Braum is a very good response into the Ornn, able to block the call of the Forge God with his E shield. So great defensive option for ID Blastcone here.
Yeah, I do like the Braum pick just into Ornn in general, as you can deny away that call of the Forge God really easily. It's not the best like all-in engage tool, but I think Blastcone doesn't particularly need that with their composition. They have a lot of aggressive tools already. The various chains of corruption, Udyr just sort of like sprinting at your face as Udyr does. As Bing Killers are actually going to lock that Talia away into the jungle. I was really highly expecting that to be the mid lane pick, but they're going to opt for Technics to be on that one in the jungle and look to put Dr. Phil and Chill on the Ahri this time around versus the Jace. This should be a pretty interesting mid lane matchup.
Honestly, yeah. Jace known for being having very strong early game laning phase with the hammer and the cannon form, as well as the current. I mean, he does very well into the late game as well with this current Mana Eclipse build. Ahri gonna be locking in just as a safe bet since you have Karma and Nico taken away. So Ahri known to just picked into the mid lane in order to kind of stonewall things, make things even. Not really picking Ahri to Giga Stomp the mid lane matchup, but playing well with the wave clear, with the sustain you have, as well as being very useful in team fights with the Spirit Rush, how much value that gives.
Yeah, I think the combination of Ahri, Talia, and Ornn should provide enough backline disruption to make the members of ID Blastcone feel like they have to play a little bit safer. Jason Bears can't just sit back, freely poke however which way they want. They do have to focus on their positioning, on how they're going to be looking over the course of the game. It's not just, hey, we get to sit back here for free and do whatever we want. So the Bing Killers have decent engage opportunities with their composition. It's just going to be a matter of how quickly can they pull the trigger versus this IDB composition, and will the ID players actually allow them to get away with that?
Yeah, and BCE really can't get too close. Even if they do pull off a good engage, they have the range tools in order to do it. The Ahri and the Ornn need to be a tad bit careful because getting too close into the face of Braum, Udyr, and Gragas is not something very ideal. That's something you want. And it is confirmed. It looks like it is by this draft here, it looks like it's going to be a Gragas top lane. So it's going to be Gragas into this Ornn here and an Udyr jungle for Chow PP.
I'm a little surprised by that one, actually. I would have thought that Udyr would have a much better time versus the Ornn, just given the usual Phoenix stance build, having that good percentage health damage in that Awakened ability. But Gragas should have also just a fine time sustaining versus the Ornn. Really, his mana going to be the only thing gating him versus that champion. And I worry about how Udyr is going to actually be able to make any influence in these lanes, as Jinx Melia, very long range, very safe, and Udyr, known for not having the best gap closers in the game. So I'm curious to see how Zhao PP is actually going to make this one work. As we're going to take a short break while we get ready to get on the Rift for game 1 of ID Blastcone versus Bing Chiller's Emerald. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Standing right in front of you. Say something, won't you say something, baby? You don't look at me, you see through. You want me to swim, but you will be my ocean. We spin it in circles.
Welcome back, everybody. We're here for game one of Bing Chiller's Emerald versus ID Blastcone. After a pretty interesting draft with lots of flexibility on both sides, it looks like both teams don't really want any much action to be happening at the level one, so it is just going to be a pretty standard 5-point defense across the board.
Looking at both compositions, they're really playing favorites towards the bot lane compositions of both sides, as we see. Hector's getting a little feisty with Chow PP here, trying to push up a little.
Yeah, maybe just looking for a little bit of extra vision in the river, trying to get something down as Yeetloaf has snuck his way over here. Nuffies is going to take some rocks to the face, but early enough that it should just be a recall forced with the electrocute coming down from Dr. Phil and Chill as well. But again, early enough that he should be able to recall and make it back to lane just fine. Maybe Dr. Phil and Chill gets a couple of autos on the minions. Maybe he can start to get a push before Nuffies comes back. But I don't think it's going to net him too much of an advantage.
No, definitely not. Both junglers looking to start opposite sides of the map. So we see Chow PP definitely get a path towards the top side here. Gragas, known for, I mean, despite being, he's deceptively a really good lane bully with this grasp setup he has. You literally just you start E and then just body slam, grasp them, then like go take W second and then just shove them out of lane.
What is this having? Hang on, all Gucci and default skin, trying to get very aggressive onto Goat Lista and T-Lights early on. Double Ghost proc, that's going to be the sun coming through onto Goat Lista. Plenty of damage coming down with this Jinx. Guardian proc is going to keep Gucci healthy as well, and that's the Jinx down to half HP. But so decent trades back. The minion aggro is going to do a little bit of work as well. So it is just D-Blade health potion traded and traded. But Goat Lista, interestingly enough, on this Jinx has the fleet footwork, which I'm kind of surprised by.
Both goes down. Honestly, this is very good. I mean, it's not terrible for PCE's bot lane, but it's very good for IDBs since they know they have the better early game and they won it out pretty well. Getting the Ghost out of Goat Lista on the Jinx is very crucial in case they want to make any other plays later down the line.
Yeah, especially trying to push a level 2 advantage, or perhaps if Xiao PP was pathing towards the bottom side. He isn't this game. It looks like he is just going to go for a full jungle clear, moving up towards the top lane, which I'm a little surprised by. I would have thought that taking advantage of that stronger bottom lane would have been the way that he wants to go, as Super Chase gets a decent trade into Yeetloaf there. It's a little painful for that Gragas.
Yeetloaf went Q second, which is not something you really wanted to do because I think he started the wrong ability at level 2. He causes him to actually get pushed in by this Ornn instead of the other way around.
If he's got his jungler padding up to him, he might just want to be pushed in. Maybe they can look for an early flash force out of this Ornn, as he's a little bit vulnerable in the early game. He's not as tanky as he normally would be.
There is very good gank setup from the Yeetloaf with the body slam combination with Chow PP stun from the Udyr. And here we go, Tactics coming in on this gank here. There's a Ghost List
from the Mega Fire kick off of T-Light's default skin is being forced to flash away. He's got the Guardian Shield, he's got a little bit more HP, but it's First Blood going over to Technics. Gucci under tower, but he's very much in trouble, has to flash away from the zap of Goat Lista, and what was looking like a dangerous bottom lane start for the Bing Chillers comes out in their favor, and there's a potential dive here on the bottom side as well. You can see on your map, Technics there, all Gucci's down to 1 HP. He's going to level up to 3. They're going to knock him back into the waiting arms of Goat Lista. Technics doesn't even have to die. Some great turret tanking. Beautifully dive executed by the Chillers.
That was honestly great recognition from Technics. And the good coordination from his bot lane as well, being able to capitalize on the bot lane being down a few summoner spells. They were able to catch out default skin first because he missed position just a bit too far up, bit off a bit more than he could shoot, just gets tossed up by the Callista. Didn't burn his flash soon enough, so that cost 2 kills in favor of BCE. Looking pretty good for them right now.
And it's kills on the members you want as well. Getting the Talia ahead, getting that lost chapter on first recall is so good for this jungler. And Jinx getting that kill as well, starting to accelerate her to that mid and late game power spike where she can really start to pop off, is exactly what you want to see if you're a Bing Chillers fan.
Absolutely here. Objective's gonna be spawning up on the map now. It's gonna be Ocean Drake first. Probably one of the best first Drakes you can get in the game right now. Adds that health regen you need in lane. Just more sustain for everyone, whoever gets it. A fat trade there in the mid lane.
Yeah, I think Wing Chillers should be really interested in this dragon, but with the extra priority that they've got on the bottom side off of those recalls, it is going to be all Gucci and default skinned rotating first. Technics on the other side of the map, so we'll just be early Ocean Dragon going over to ID Blastcone. And while they're not going to be struggling too much for sustain in most of their lanes, maybe for Nubbies it's going to be a big help, but for the most part, it really is just denying that extra regen away from the members of Big Chillers. As 1 HP, hang on, there we go. PP picks it up.
Want to scare me there, but that'll honestly ease a bit of the pain that happened in the early game for ID Blastcone. Ocean Drake will definitely aid them there. Hopefully, Drake stacking will prove beneficial to them if they get a very good soul this game. Let's hope it's not Chemtech. But anyways, oh, Dr. Phil, chill, but Unstoppable, not gonna catch him. You're not catching that thing.
Yeah, it turns out Udyr can sort of walk where he pleases. He's like a Mundo 2.0. He just sort of, again, goes where he pleases. He does what he wants. It's difficult to catch that guy out.
Unfortunately, in this day and age, the actual Mundo cannot go where he pleases because he's in not a very great spot at the moment. But Technics posing for a lane game might be just trying to get them to shove the lane in, making sure his bot lane gets a safe crash on these two waves.
Yeah, he's hovering the recall. This is a normal jungler thing where they just sort of sit in your lane, soak your XP, make sure that, you know, your lane gets pushed in just fine. And if the wave does bounce back, there is a potential for a gank here, but for the most part, it is just allowing Xiao PP on the top side of the map to grab those grubs, which is going to be a pretty big advantage for ID Blastcone over time, as long as they can really start to hit these turrets.
Oh, Technics isn't moving. He's staying. He's gonna look for opportunity here.
Nice two-man knockback off the pull. Gucci's getting very, very low. Goatlista's got enough autos to bring him down. The kill will go over to Technics. Braum should be tanky enough that he should be able to get away under tower. Technics trying to chase him down. Those tower shots do a lot of damage. Technics, you gotta be careful, man. Default Skin picks up the return kill. There might be looking for Braum as he's going to jump away from his tower. I don't think this is called Goatlista canceling one too many auto attacks, though. The zap from downtown. Goatlista finds the kill.
And great patience from Technics there, waiting for the perfect opportunity to make his move with his team. And even though it is traded a kill, it is a 2-for-1, and the kill went over to the support of all members on ID Blastcone. Meanwhile, Nuffy's here.
Not a lot of damage out of this Jason in the early game, though. Just that tier and the serrated darkened inventory. So with all the shielding coming out from T-Lights, Goatlista is fine to just walk away.
T-Light's gonna give the warm hug. Super chase. Oh, there's a gank coming in.
From Technics, the Call to Fortune doesn't manage to land on the Yeetloaf. He's still got a body slam available. He's just trying to dodge out the flick back, but he does still get stunned up. The knockback
gank
doesn't actually land. It's a flash auto. They can't flash away from those Orin auto. Super Chase finds one. It's immediately traded in response, and Xiao PP ghosts up there to make sure the return kill happens.
All right, one for one.
Exchange up there.
1-for-1 in the top lane. We got two tanks bashing at it back and forth. Well, Gragas not really going tank because obviously he goes around at Aegis, but interesting play coming out from BCE. Technics trying to spread his lead out, which he should do, and a great wave state for Super Chase there. The top side was holding it there, and when Yeetloaf just walked up a tiny bit of an inch, he just pops the Call to Forge gun, and Technics flies in with the Weaver's Wall.
Yeah, exactly what he needed to do there. Like you said, Technics trying to spread his lead across the map, and this is what the best junglers in the AEL will do. They'll make sure that if they're getting a lead, their teammates are also getting that lead. You can see the lead in the bottom side and in top now, as Super Chase actually is up 20 CS in this lane matchup right now. Yeetloaf has not been able to do as much of that lane bullying as we were hoping to see on this Gragas, and it's netting the Orin a pretty big advantage.
Yeah, honestly, the point of bullying has kind of long past this point at this and during this time here, especially with Super Chase of these items. He's just got so much HP. Very good wave clear here. He's been holding the wave towards his tower, which in turn has been causing Yeetloaf to lose a lot of CS. Also, that move towards the grubs, while did cost him a bit of minions, but it's still not, he might be down, but he's still not out.
Yeah, if he can start to get towards that tower and start to bonk away at it, maybe those grubs can do a little bit of work for him. But for now, it was just, I think, the like 10 or 20 gold that you get off the global take of that objective. Is another nice trade there for Technics down here on the bottom side. Nice flick back onto default, but he's not going to go too far. He knows his bottom lane isn't around, doesn't know where Nuffies is on the map, so it is just going to be walking away from that play. Does not want to get caught out with the lead that he has.
And look at the items on the side of BCE. They already got 2 legendaries finish. The Luden's Companion and the Static Shiv for the jungler and the AD respectively, as well as Dr. Phillichill finishing out this Malignance on this Ahri. They're just so strong at this point. The only one with the full item on the side of ID Blastcone is Nuffies on the chase with the opportunity finish. So a lot of strong members on the side of BCE. They gotta, ID Blastcone's gotta be careful when taking this next fight for this objective, which I'm sure they will not.
Yeah, the Shock Blast does not find the steal. A good smite from Technics is going to secure themselves that Infernal Dragon, and that is pretty much the exact dragon that they want to get if they're going to get any individual one. The extra damage stats are going to be so useful for pretty much 4 out of the 5 members of this Bane Chiller's composition. And Super Chase, I guess, doesn't mind his teammates being a little bit stronger on the Ornn, as Elof is finally starting to trade back aggressively here. A little bit of spacing there. Super Chase is going to pop that call to Forge God. Not a lot of mana on the Ornn, so I think just a defensive summoner, but Technics is up here. The explosive pass from Yelof will find it just a bit over aggressive from Super Chase. There's the side steps he was looking for. The red smite is on, though. He will get picked up. Dr. Phillichill now rotating up as well. The Shock Blast finds him. It's a huge amount of damage from that Jace, but Dr. Phillichill trades it back for junglers. It's 1 for 1 and 1 for 1, but overall it's an even trade.
I'm surprised that Yelof didn't use the explosive cast earlier to cancel out the second cast of the Call to Forge God. He takes that extra damage and the CC, and it honestly, even though Chow PP came up in time, it also bought enough time for Technics to come up as well and trade back. So maybe if he I was thinking if he cancel out Super Chase's ult, he would have been able to maybe turn things around because he would have been in a much healthier state.
Yeah, but overall, like we said, it is just a 1-for-1 trade there across the board. Finally, some first item completions coming through for ID Blastcone. They've got that Roa stacking onto that Gragas, like you mentioned earlier. And the Liandry's first item on Udyr, I've seen this one a lot. I'm still not fully convinced by the pick. I think for the most part, you're better off just building usual tank items, but I'm also not a jungler, so I can't speak too much on my expertise of the matchup.
Well, if you're looking at this Udyr setup right now, he has the Conqueror he has the Conqueror on his primary rune, so he's trying to opt for a more damage-oriented bruiser build, not something full AP. Yes, you'll want the Liandry's to get that R damage since he is most likely Phoenix stance maxing, but however, you're gonna see him run it out with some other bruiser items, maybe potentially like Trinity or Sundered Sky, as I've seen, as well as I have seen things like Steris Gauge, one time in experimental hexplay, not really too common with the bruiser build. As you say, it is more of a tank-oriented champion in this current day and age, but that is mostly in the top lane. He's just trying to put some more damage potential on the side of the jungle. Here we get a dive.
Flip back onto default skin, flash away. The Super Mega Death Dragon caught by all Gucci, defending his support. And Technics again, just making his presence known again and again on this bottom side. All Gucci didn't walk away when he had the chance. It is going to be the teleport forced out from Yelof to defend against the dive. The Ghost as well. A lot of important cooldowns burned here for ID Blastcone just to try and defensively play away from this.
Yelof TPs. Luckily, Chow PP is their top side to cover the wave. Plate will go over to Super Chase, however, and he'll just keep getting this lead further. I don't think you're going to be doing as much damage.
Yeah, no real kill there. Thankfully, for Super Chase with the double AP topside, it does mean he can opt into magic resist really easily, despite the AD threats coming through from Nuffies and all Gucci. They're not like coming up to his lane very often to show their threat, so just getting that Hollow Radiance first item for the extra bit of MR, and since there isn't a lot of cancelable crowd control, he is just going to opt for the Blade Steel Caps to get away from those defensive from those AD threats on the bottom side.
And the teleport from Heatloaf, seen by BCE, is gonna opt them to play for this Rift Trail here as a charm on the Nuffies, but no other follow-up. Looked a little scary there. As we can see there, the Rift Trail has started for the side of BCE. Not a lot of members Actually, they are
MVP
moving
is
up now.
going over the wall here. I don't know if that's exactly the one that he wants to go for. He's going to get knocked up, smacked up. He's got the shields on, though. He's staying alive for a lot longer than I would have anticipated. A nice catch from Default Skin to get away from that call to Fortune on Super Chase. Survives with a sliver of HP. Leadership's not going to burn him down just yet. But meantime, the other side of the fight, it's chaos. Jinx finds one to start getting the reset. That Chains of Corruption are going to slow her down for a little bit. Shock Blast does a lot of damage. Just nice traps, but the damage comes through. All Gucci still standing. Gets the damage down. The Herald goes over to Bing Chillers, but there's no one to pick it up.
That fight looked so good at the start, but Super Chase's ult got canceled by Nuffies on the Jace using the hammer form to just knock him away out of it. And honestly, most of that DPS chunking came from Nuffies on the other side of that jungle wall. He was so healthy at the time, just hits him with the QE shock blast, and the backline just got deleted with their health bars, and then the rest of ID Blastcone is able to finish the job.
I thought for sure that was going to be a huge fight for Bing Chillers with Chow PP just coming over the wall like that. It's sort of in the middle of no man's land, but somehow he manages to survive on the Udyr, stays alive as that champion is known for doing, and with that, they might not have gotten the Herald, but denying it away from Bing Chillers is a pretty nice consolation prize alongside those 4 kills as go Lista. Nice flash though, trades the flashes with Nuffies. At least get something out of that exchange, but overextending is not where you want your Jinx to be.
There's a huge gold swing in this game now. Once down about 2 to 3k gold, now it's up right 400 gold in favor of ID Blastcone as Goatlista. Here's TP as well.
Awakened Bear from Xiao PP, but doesn't find too much. TP over from Super Chase. He doesn't have that Call of Fortune available to him just yet. Maybe Xiao PP can look to get in this pit again and make some more action happen. It's a charm just onto Default Skin. They're going to knock him back too. The damage is coming through onto this Braum. He's fairly tanky, but he's not tanky enough. Super Chase finds that kill. Dr. Phil looks for that charm under the backline, but Xiao PP, I think, caught it. Either that or it missed entirely. Yulov tries to get in with the body slam, but it's a nice dash away from that Spirit Rush on Dr. Phil. He wants to get more aggressive, though. There's a charm again, looking for some extra damage. This Gragas, he's fairly tanky, even with just that Rowan inventory. He's got a lot of HP, and they will be able to walk away. It's the Dragon going over to Bing Chillers, and they count a kill out of it. But overall, it's a Bing Chillers win.
The fight was a 4v5. Even though Yeetlov got the top turret for first turret on his team, he was a little late to the fight because, again, he didn't have TP advantage. Super Chase was able to TP down to the bot river easily, making it a one-man advantage in favor of BCE. ID Blastcone, they really were out of it, like, had not as good of a positioning in that river priority because they were down so many members, as well as Technics Weaver Wall just being able to cut them off. So either they walk into a straight line of fire, which costed Default Skin's death, or they simply just backed off, and you saw how chunk they got, so they had to just, retreat after that, especially with their support dead.
Yeah, only so much that you can do in that exchange. Nice charm from Dr. Villain Chill there. Cancel out that body slam.
Surely Yeetlo takes some damage, though, on that champion, right?
Yeah, surely Gragas doesn't just have like some of the most sustain in the game with the Roa to allow him to sustain even more, right? That champion takes damage. But yeah, with that item completed, I also want to point out that despite the gold being practically even across the board, just about a 500, 400 difference as the CS waves fluctuate between the two teams, it's a lot of shutdown gold on the side of IDB. They have a lot of gold to give up if the next fight does not go perfectly for them. If Jinx gets 1 or 2 of these kills with that extra gold behind them, it can really start to accelerate out of control.
And you see all these bounties now on the members of ID Blastcone here. You thought they were down, but now they're slightly bit ahead. And these shutdowns, if they go to the correct person, as you said, it could mean certain doom. As here we got another gank coming in the bot lane.
Nice flash from Yeet. Looks to get away from the charm, but the flick back from Technics should keep him in place. Electric Goat comes down. That red smite is there. Shut down gold over to Technics. In the meantime, Goatlista trading in the mid lane. Chow PP is here, but the positioning should mean that there's not a lot of threat onto this Jinx. The Ghost was used aggressively there, but with Chow PP showing up, it means that there's no kill to be found.
Yep. And trade kill on a Yeetloaf. Pretty solid pick coming out from BC Emerald. Fortunately for ID Blastcone, there was no objective on the map to transition that into, so just going to be another kill for BC Emerald there. And now we're just going to get some vision clear here. You see how many wards that BC Emerald has on that bot side. Really, because that bot lane tier 1 is down, it's really hard for ID Blastcone to walk into that bot side river when they're not like at least 3 members.
Yeah, they're gonna need someone to come through here and try and clear it. Super Chase looking for a potential punish on Denuffies here. Uses that call of the Forge God, gets the combo off. Plenty of damage coming through. There's all of that. The Super Mega Death Rocket doesn't find its mark. Super Chase has the rep up though. I think Nuffies is actually in trouble here. Super Chase is just gonna chase him down. The man lives up to his name. Flashes for style points just to get away from the tower.
Solo kill in the top lane. Technics is there as well. They're ready to make another pick. And these are really good transitions on catching these solo side laners on the side of ID Blastcone. Now, Baron Nashor has finally spawned, but we're just gonna play a little safe. We're gonna get the lead slowly rolling back into it is BC Emerald's current strategy at the moment. They want to look for a good fight before they try to make any sort of big decision on their side. Because they know that this Jinx is strong. Even with those shutdowns turning around, I still think they're quite a bit slightly stronger than the carriers of ID Blastcone. Just got to be able to cut through this front line somehow.
Yeah. Though they do have what I was expecting to be the lethality, Varus is actually going to be on hit Varus, so they will be able to get through some of that front line with the 2-item spike coming through from that Varus. There's about to be a 2-item spike from Jace as soon as this mana immune is finished. I'm assuming that Zhao PP is close to finishing up that Jack show. Yeetlove has that 2 items, so if there was ever a chance for ID Blastcone to look for a fight and to try and find some kind of contest here, there's potential for them to find a fight here off of these spikes, but at the same time, on the other side, we're getting that first Ornn item coming through, that Unspoken Parasite, 2 items for Technics, 2 items for Dr. Phil and Chill and Goatlista. Also on those 2 items, though, one of them slightly weaker than the other. I think Static Shiv maybe is more like 3/4 of an item, maybe half an item, depending on how you rate that item.
Yeah, and I mean, probably bought it just for the insurance of the wave clear here. We're gonna get a little bit of poke coming out here in the mid lane, but obviously IE Spike would have been a lot stronger. However, Goatlista still wanted to just go for something that would allow him to shove things out a bit safer.
Actually taking a lot of damage there, down to under half as the Shock Blast lands onto 3. It's not the most damage on Earth, but that mana immune is now completed, so this Chase really is a threat. With Super Chase being so low, this is actually a difficult fight. Navigate, default Skeet is flicks back, he's caught up, he still blocks that call of the Forge God with his dying breath, but Technics does find it. Super Chase is forced out of the fight. Back to Chill has to run away. The Explosive Cast finds no one. They're still looking for some potential fighting here. Super Chase has that teleport, so he's looking to try and get a recall off to get back in. This Dragon's going so low. Technics, that's the smite, but it's Goatlista picking that one up. Still a recall trying to come through from Super Chase at the top side of your screen. Nothing's looking for an execute, but he can't find any damage. Goatlista found old Gucci on the bottom side. He's got the ghost on. He's excited, looking for some more shots into the back. Oh, Yeetlove, but Technics wants to steal that kill away. It's 2 for Talia. It's a huge win for Big Chillers.
It looked like ID Blastcone was just kind of all over the place in that team fight. I saw all Gucci hit a pretty good chain of corruption onto about 3 people. I mean, I guess just 1 because the other 2 were able to walk out of it, but they weren't able to really follow up with it. The sustain for the Milio just kept him in. It kept BC Emerald in that fight for so long, and because of this, they're able to transition 1 dragon into a straight Baron.
Yeah, that's a huge Baron as well. As these, again, items are starting to come online. I don't know how I feel about the Kraken upgrade here. I wonder if Super Chase might have just wanted to wait a couple of extra, just a little bit of extra time to get the upgrade on the IE, but it's around the same amount of value if I'm remembering my gold math right. There is still Malignus to be upgraded. There's that Luden's Companion from Technics. There were other options.
Yeah. I mean, still a very strong spike, and as Ornn just gains more levels, the stronger his team is going to even be. Luden's upgradable, Malignants, as well as the Moonstone Renewer, so fortunately everyone is intelligently buying upgradable items, unlike my solo queue teammates.
Another flick on a default skin. He takes a lot of damage, but he's got that shield up, so he's pretty tanky as the zap to Gucci does plenty of damage too. Mega Death Rocket doesn't manage to find it. I'm a little annoyed that Melio and Jinx are on the same team because Mega Fire Kick and Super Mega Death Rocket are so similar, but they're so very different ability-wise. It gets really annoying.
Honestly, here, Chao PP trying to just catch this wave in the bot side. They're gonna transition the Baron into a mid lane tier 2 turret for BCE here, and Now you see the strength of the Melio coming into effect with this team, because you think that it was honestly a very good response to the Varus Jace pick, because honestly Enchanter versus Pocomp, instead of just hard engage or super consistent damage, is just exactly what you want with the shields and the healing. It's really hard to actually just get damage onto them consistently without getting close. Milio being able to heal you with the cozy campfire and the warm hugs.
Yeah, there's only so much all of that poke that you can make stick onto this Jinx alongside her fleet footwork. She has so much safety and sustain as Dr. Villachiel may be caught out here, knocked back into Zhao PP is finally going to get picked up. A nice attempt at a save from Technics there, trying to keep his mid laner alive, but it's a good pick for IDB. They find an overextension on the side lane. It's not any of the shutdown goals that they were hoping for, but gold is gold at this point. They'll take that.
Stop the bleeding. Stop the bleeding, you know? There's a lot of... This Baron has been being utilized very well by the side of BCE. That pick will honestly slow things down, as you said, for ID Blastcone. Hopefully, obviously, you're not going to find anything too much out of this, but now they can start trying to get things situated, because at the moment here, there's just about a 7k gold lead or 6k gold lead in favor of BC Emerald, and you really don't want to fight them at this point. If BC Emerald is smart about this, the only way ID Blastcone turns this around is just if a huge mistake comes out from BC Emerald.
I'm a little surprised to see Goldlista actually going for the Bloodthirster third item here, as opposed to that Infinity Edge. We were talking about in draft the fact that it was buffed, and that's really the big reason you would want to be playing Jinx currently. I get for the sustain reasons, but you also have fleet footwork and you have Emilio on your back. If you really feel like you're taking that much damage in fights, I'm going to be real, position a little better and you might not be.
I mean, IE gives more burst, but I can see why they're going for the Bloodthirster. Still more AD, but oh, look at this here.
Weaver's Wall. Potential for an engage, but the rest of Big Chillers don't want to pull the trigger on that. Just an attempt to look for, and the Weaver's Wall isn't the hugest cooldown on Earth, so they're fine just using that one to potentially find an engage.
Alyssa taking a little poke there. But as I was saying with the Bloodthirster there, yes, the Infinity Edge gives you more burst, but the Bloodthirster will allow him to play more in extended fights because he has to stay here to call a port shot from the girl.
Nice block again. Default skin, not letting any of these ultis through. There's a chance of corruption. Technics cleansed away. There's that big bomb, but we were hoping for. Yelo finds Technics, pulls him into the team. Shutdown goes over to Gucci. Super Chase finds one in response, but it's just under the support. Dr. Villachiel will find Yelo on the back line, but it's a 2 for 2 so far. But in the meantime, Goldlista untouched. He's getting excited. Looking for some damage down on the goal. Gucci, you can't damage this Jinx. The Bloodthirster comes in clutch. It's a triple kill for Goldlista.
They got a wave crashing in pretty. They're gonna end the game off of this potentially. Honestly, they actually are gonna end the game here. That excited Jinx reset was just so strong, and like there wasn't anyone contesting Goldlista whatsoever in that backline. As you saw, you only had Zhao PP doing his best to stay them off, but he just got shredded. Couldn't cut through the Bloodthirster, couldn't cut through the Melio sustain, and now they're gonna transition this into endgame.
Yeah, first Nexus turret already down. Second one next to fall. The respawn timer is just a little bit too long. Not even gonna bother killing off the Braum. Big Chillers take game one.
Consistent and amazing gameplay coming out from BC Emerald. I'm liking what I see so far in this playoff series. Honestly, we see where BC Emerald's win conditions are, where their strengths want to be, and Technics and the rest of the team played around it incredibly well. Hoping ID Blastcone can bounce things around so we get a banger series.
Yeah, I liked the idea of their draft. They had a lot of poke, they had a lot of early game. They were looking for early pressure, but Technics just shut down that bottom lane super early. We saw the aggressive play from Gucci and Default early on. They were looking to try and play into this Jinx Melio weakness, that level 1, level 2. They were looking to try and get aggressive on them, but Technics came down a couple of times, and one great dive under tower meant that the Varus and the Braum just really couldn't play the game.
No, absolutely not. Most if not all the damage was honestly on the Varus and the Chase, and not being able to cut to like just poke them out super consistently. I think the only good fight they really had was the Rift Trail fight in the topside river, but after that fight, BCE came back with a vengeance and were able to just play off their strengths, off their item spike super well, extended fights going so hard into their favor, and they transitioned this into a solid win.
Yeah, solid win for Bing Chillers in game 1. We're going to cut to a short break while we wait to hop into draft for game 2 of ID Blastcone versus Bing Chillers Emerald. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with more AEL action.
is yours, two souls the same. With you, I'm everything. You never asked me to change a thing. They set our world on fire, but our hearts will burn for miles. I see your beauty shine. You radiate with light. Our hearts dancing.
Welcome back, everybody. We're here for game 2 of ID Blastcone versus Big Chiller's Emerald. Big Chiller starting off the series strong, drafting Comfort and taking away game 1. Now moving on into the draft of game 2, ID Blastcone taking away some of the same bands, but banning away the Dragons that they had opted to first pick this time around. Not too shocking to see that one taken away, but the Karma actually will be left up and available as the Seraphine is also going to be banned away.
I want to see what ID Blastcone are trying to opt for if they ban the Gragas out. Are they trying to 1P Karma here? Because that's honestly not a very bad option. It's very blind pickable here. Big Chili's still sitting on their last ban, trying to formulate what they want. The Zac gonna be removed. Don't want that annoying champion in the way of their plans. And now ID Blastcone gonna take the Jinx for themselves this time.
I don't hate this Jinx pick. It was something that Big Chillers were able to play through in the bottom side really, really effectively. Technics on that Talia played very aggressively towards that bottom side, looking for dives, just making sure that the Varus Braum could not play the game. The Twitch hover is actually going to be locked in. Okay, I thought this was just going to be a little bit of disrespect towards one of the players on ID Blastcone, but no, that's locked away alongside the Rek'Sai. A very interesting change in draft from game 2.
Yeah, Rek'Sai recently updated, trying to transition more to a bruisery champion versus having her build full lethality, so she's doing some magic damage on some of her abilities versus just being a full physical damage champion. The Poppy going to get locked in here as well. That can be played top lane. Most commonly played in the jungle, though. It's pretty decent at denying the Rek'Sai engage, able to just ground the Rek'Sai when they try to tunnel in. And the Karma, as I said, going to be locked in mid lane for ID Blastcone as well.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised that Big Chillers actually let that one go through. I figured where that Rek'Sai was, they might have wanted to lock away the Karma, just give themselves some flexibility in the draft. It pairs pretty well with Twitch, even though it's not like the greatest pairing on earth, but they're actually covering the brand.
Ooh, brand.
That makes me think that this is potentially a Rek'Sai top, actually, instead of the Rek'Sai jungle.
So yeah, Rek'Sai top is something that has been popping up a bit more commonly. Build his Grasp into full tank, ideally Bomby Cinder into Heartsteel, since the Rek'Sai, as long as you build more and more HP, your sustain is massive when you burrow and consume all that fury, since it scales off of max health. So honestly, you're just a fat tank that's able to knock up multiple members of the enemy team. More bans coming out though. The Xerath and the Olaf being taken away, as well as the Lulu. ID Blastcone trying to think about what their last ban could potentially be here.
Maybe
something.
Yumi?
Yeah, Yumi would be great. Something that can amp the Twitch is something that they definitely want to take away. The Milio is
a good one too, yeah.
Option.
Now, Big Chillers, I'm imploring you, not as a caster, not as an analyst, but just as like a player of League of Legends, please don't lock in Yumi here. Please, I want to enjoy watching this game. I want this to be a good series. I don't want to see Yumi locked in. Please, please.
I'm telling you this right now, Brittany. If Big Chillers locks in Yumi, like in this draft, I don't see why Poppy wouldn't perma dive bot lane over and over and over again.
Yeah, they need some form of disengage versus the Poppy, and potentially even the Karma if that does get locked in alongside the Jinx. But ID Blastcone, I guess, also have the potential to lock it in for themselves if they wanted to pair it up with the Jinx. I don't like that pairing at all, but it is potentially doable. It just depends on what both sides want to do. They do have flexibility, as we're expecting that Brand to be in the jungle. It could very well be Brand support alongside that Twitch and Rek'Sai in the jungle. They do have that flexibility, as the Ahri was locked away, so we know the Brand at the very least isn't going to be mid lane.
I want to see the Braum again. The Braum is so good against this Twitch and this Brand here. It's very good at just denying that long range damage that us, and like the Pyroclasm just gets negated entirely. So if I really want to see the Braum here to finish out this draft. It'd be probably one of the more perfect picks, but see what they want to round out the draft.
You're thinking about it to the last possible second.
Oh,
That's a fiddlesticks. Hang
That's
on,
a
is this Scion? Wait, is it Scion mid? Wait. Hang on. Now there's a lot of flex happening here.
I think this might be Poppy support. This might be Poppy support, or it could be Fiddle support.
Fiddle support, Karma support.
I think it's
gonna be Scion support.
I think it's Scion top, Karma mid with the Fiddle jungle and a Poppy support. That's probably the most likely option that ID Blastcone is going for. The Tar gonna get locked in as a final option, so it is Rek'Sai top, Brand jungle, and a Tarek support for this Twitch. The RA mid lane to try to have a decent laning phase into this Karma here. And honestly, interesting draft from ID Blastcone. Wasn't expecting any of this whatsoever.
Oh yeah.
But we'll see how it plays out. ID Blastcone might not be playing for, they might be playing for more towards their strengths, what works well for them, as well as what works best for against BCE.
Yeah, I want to wait till we see things get locked in the client side just to see where everything's going to go. It has been, ID Blastcone has done this a couple of times in previous games where they have had Heatloaf and Nuffy swap lanes from time to time just to keep their solo laners in different matchups, make sure they're in matchups that they like. So Nuffy's has experience playing top lane champions, Heatloaf has experience playing mid lane champions, depending on what they particularly need for their composition. I'm kind of really hoping that it is Scion mid. I think this champion is so incredibly strong right now. He just recently got buffed in 14.6 as well, just making sure that he can be even tankier throughout the course of the game. His AD ratios got, I think, touched a tiny bit, but that's only really on his Q. For the most part, Scion is still really strong tank. So if they do lock that one away mid to just try and like deny a lot of the Ahri push, a lot of her early aggression, I would love to see that.
I mean, the Karma can also do that as well. It's very interchangeable, both the top and the mid matchups, whether you want mid and top to be a stalemate, or you want mid to be a stalemate with the Scion because the Ahri won't be able to do much, and then you have Karma going top side with the Rek'Sai being unable to play the game here. However, it looks like it's a Poppy top for Heatloaf into the Rek'Sai.
Which means honestly, for sure it's Fiddle jungle.
Yeah, honestly, for sure it is a Fiddle jungle, and then Karma.
Almost for sure, Karma supports Scion mid here.
Yeah,
Nothing's just locked that one in. Scion mid versus this Ahri. Okay, there's a lot of potential interesting things here to be happening in this game. Before I send you to a break and before we head off to the Rift for Game 2, I've got a quick shout out for one of our sponsors tonight, Coachify.gg. Aegis Esports League of Legends is sponsored by Coachify for our Winter 2024 split. Coachify.gg provides tools for esports coaches to manage their teams and players while also finding new students. You can click the panel located below the stream to check out their website and find out more information. But like I said, we're going to take a short break while we hop ourselves into game for Game 2 of Bing Chiller's Emerald versus ID Blastcone. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
you're lost on my surface. I can see it in your eyes. Peel back the layers. I'm hiding in a forest built around my heart. Come and find me. Never, never stop, never, never stop. Come and find me. I wish you could try to dig a little deeper, dig a little deeper, to see every single layer hidden from the reaper. Red eyes with warning signs. I control more than I can tell. It takes time for you to understand. Misunderstood. Feels like no one's gonna ever know me. Come and find me. Never, never stop, never, never stop. Come and find me. I wish you could try to dig a little deeper, dig a little deeper, to see every single layer hidden from the reaper. Layer by layer, the deeper we go.
Welcome back, everybody. We're here for game 2 of ID Blastcone versus Big Chillers Emerald here in the AEL semi-finals. A nice little greeting from Boris to get ourselves onto the raft.
Yep, and as we confirmed here, we've got some cookery coming up on the side of ID Blastcone with this Fiddlesticks jungle. We'll see how they optimize this champion in these team fights as they go on. Obviously, Nuffy's not able to even, touch Dr. Phil and Chill on the champion, so he's going to opt for the Unsealed Spellbook, add some flexibility to the rune setup so he can try to be a little more useful in other ways, because you're not really talking grasp on range matchup.
Yeah, I don't hate the Unsealed Spellbook. I'm interested by the Ghost and the Teleport as opposed to Flash and Teleport, as Technics is just going to walk up, he's out of the lane just by running at him as a zombie. Brains, but in his case, it's more fire than brains.
Well, the mid lane is a lot shorter than the top lane, so Ghost is not a bad option here for the champion. Obviously, he can just swap that out with the Unsealed Spellbook if he wants Flash in any situation whatsoever. But he still has, the Ghost gives a lot more flexibility for chase down, as it opens up opportunities to where Flash maybe won't catch or won't get you away from a sticky spot.
Yeah, I also like the bit of change there from Dr. Phil and Chill as well. We saw in game 1, we already had that electrocute just for a little bit of lane pressure into the Jace trying to get priority, but in this game has opted for the first strike, knows that they're not ever going to be able to fully go all in on a kill on this Scion, but if they're able to just farm some extra money off of him in the meantime, it won't feel too bad.
Grass spot for grass proc top side. Not really much going on at the moment here.
Yeah, it's just the Rex IW level 1, knock up, auto, and walk away. What a bit of gameplay there.
Heal up almost to full hit. Obviously, Yeetluff gonna get the level 2 push because the Poppy Q AoE just gonna push those minions in, but the level 2 is hit, but Yeetluff took a tower shot.
Yeah, really aggressive by Yeetluff. I think you have to be a little bit more careful when you're trying to trade versus this Rek'Sai. That tower shot is gonna put in a lot of work over time, and We'll see if that ends up being the potential doom of Yeetloaf, as both the junglers are pathing towards this top side once again. Nice little stun there on the bottom side from T-Lights, but no exchange really going to come out of it. But with both junglers pathing towards this top side, I wonder if Technics will try and just be a little bit more aggressive and try to get to this lane first, as Brand is known for that super fast jungle clear.
Absolutely. Honestly, Fiddlesticks not one to doubt either on the jungle clear as well. Has a fast one of his own if done correctly, which I'm sure Chow PP has experience with. We got a little bit more trading there. However, Yeetloaf is low mana, and the wave is not in a very good spot for him.
Yeah, this is the sort of problem with being a mana top laner versus a manaless top laner, especially one with such sustain as Rek'Sai has. You sort of burn all your mana on the early poppy trying to get trades. I've seen a lot of the higher elo poppies opt for something like the biscuits in their rune page, or even just the potion, as Technics is here, ghosted up onto the top side. Yeetloaf is in trouble, has flash, but knows that he's dead. Not even gonna bother to burn it. It's just first blood for Super Chase the super top.
I feel like every time that Rek'Sai wants to aggressively tunnel towards you, you just instantly pop the barrier on that Poppy W and just stop them immediately, but I guess he wasn't really expecting it. So great gank coming out from BCE. First blood going to one of them, going to the top laner, gonna aid in that laning phase, much so.
A nice stun from T-Lights there, but the trade back from the Jinx and the Karma is going to be pretty hefty, and we haven't seen Yeetloaf stop a lot of the tunnels. I wonder if this is just a matchup that Yeetloaf doesn't have a lot of practice with, as Rek'Sai top is a fairly new thing and maybe isn't fully familiar with the fact that you can block that tunnel with the steadfast presence as it is. It feels like it's going underground, not like a dash, even though it is really a dash. It seems a little counterintuitive.
Spaghetti coding from Riot Games, as we got a little bit of poke coming up from Chow PP. But yeah, the spaghetti code from Riot Games, you know, it's coded as a dash. Interestingly enough, but as you said again, might be a knowledge check type of thing for Yeetloaf. Might not know about it, but we'll see how he adapts to this matchup. Right now, the sustain is quite massive from D Shield.
Yeah, I think I really would have preferred Yeetloaf go with the Corrupting Potion, especially if he wants to be trading this aggressively. I am a bit of a Poppy top connoisseur. She's my go-to whenever I get moved into my secondary role. So I follow people like Jemmy on Twitter and TikTok just to like check out some of the new Poppy tech. I was there when Eclipse Rush was one of the first new things. It was a pretty big deal, but yeah, I think for Poppy top in most matchups, you do want either Presence of Mind or you want that Corrupting Potion, just because your mana costs are so heavy in the early game. You really can get pushed out in terms of a sustained battle, especially in a matchup like this Rek'Sai.
I think secondary I saw in chat and when we were loading in, he opted for Domination secondary, so I'm thinking maybe Cheap Shot and Item CDR, yeah, Ingenious Hunter for him, which is not something I see too often on Poppy. That's more something that you see on like a champion like Shen, because you don't really need the mana, but Poppy, if you don't manage your resources, as you said before, can go boom quite quickly. Grub's going to be taken away from Technics. Really quick Grub Taker. The burn on the jungle item as well as the brand. Going to be able to clear things out. Oh, as we can see here, aggressive push up from Technics.
Yeah, he is on a ward currently, so he will not be able to fully steal away that ground. It will delay the Fiddlesticks on that take a little bit and will reveal his location on the map, but for the most part, not anything too major coming out of that bid. No. It's been a fairly quiet early game outside of that first gank coming through from Technics, but slowly but surely, Big Chillers have just navigated themselves into 1,000 gold lead.
Yeah, no need to make a forceful play top. Super Chase is in a wonderful spot. He's liking the game state the lane state as he is right now, and you don't really want to dive a Poppy, in my personal experience.
Can always turn out badly.
It's like I don't know if it's better or worse than, or it's the same as diving Renekton at level 6.
Yeah, there's certain champions like the level 6 Renekton, a bottom lane that includes a Nautilus, Poppy in any regard. You just don't look for a dive on these champions. Oh, Xiaopi Beast. Here on Technics, there's that Sional coming through. Is he a Drift King? Can he make it? Technics is going to sidestep it with the Ghost. The blue buff did go over. Over from Xiao PP. He hit level 6 off of that blue buff take. Dr. Villachill is going to be forced to use that Sphere Rush to get out. Now Nuffy's getting poked in the back a little bit by Technics, but it will just force him to walk away. And it's a blue buff steal overall. No other kills went across.
There's the Ghost Summoner spell saving lives, Brittany. As I said before, honestly, if Tactics had flashed there, he was good as dead. Oh, Nuffies.
He's taking a lot of HP, but Dr. Felon Shield doesn't have that Spirit Rush to follow up, and with the bottom lane rotating, they don't want to go too aggressive as Gucci actually taking a pretty hefty trade there. He's going to be forced to use his Ghost to make sure he can navigate out of it. But aggression on the bottom side.
6. Luckily he is a level up, so there's not going to be too much that Pink Chiller's Emerald is going to be able to convert off of, especially with the low health bar from Technics. So just going to have to play a little safe. No real advantage on either side whatsoever. Really, it's just about a 400 gold lead for Super Chase on his own. He is up a bit of CS, but the XP is only a little slightly ahead. Other than that, pretty even game state. Nothing else much going on here. Infernal Drake is up, hasn't been taken yet after spawning at 5-minute mark. It's been about 3 minutes and 30 seconds as it's just kind of sitting there waiting for someone to take it. But here we're gonna fight.
It's all Gucci's getting those autos down, forces the heal and the flash out of T-Lights. Though Lista flashing forward though has that level 6 spraying and praying into the Jinx. The burst comes through from that contamination. Go! Lista finds the kill. Default skin is now forced to walk away. Xiao PP is here rotating down. Now it might be the bottom lane of Bing Chillers in trouble. Xiao PP wants to flash forward. He gets that silence down, sucks him up. Xiao PP finds the kill, and T-Lights I think is just going to try to give the kill over to Default Skin. Does not want Nuffies to get any credit for it. A good death, but a better gank from Xiao PP.
Are we allowed to say that on stream? I'm so confused, Brittany.
It's fine. It's fine. Look, Fiddlesticks absorbs your essence when he's pressing W. That's basically what the ability is.
I'm sure Ari absorbed other people's essence in the same way. Anyways, here we're gonna convert that into an Infernal Drake. Very good counter gank from PP. Unfortunately, it was a little too late, but they were able to trade it for 1 for 2. Goat Lista burning both summoner spells. So honestly, once that Crow Storm comes back up, you can see maybe Chow PP play for potential gank there, but T-Lights still has the Cosmic Radiance on hand.
Yeah, I do think it's a little bit difficult to be using that Cosmic Radiance versus the Fiddlesticks, as if he's out of vision and he gets that fear, you're not going to be able to get it down in time anyway. Yep. And if he's on vision and you pop that ulti, the enemy team really does know that you have full vision of Fiddlesticks, and it's not any sort of like surprise factor with like, oh hey, Fiddlesticks didn't fear us, what are we going to do now? You see Terra popping that ult and they're like, hey, Fiddle, you might just be dead here, we can try and salvage this fight, but fighting versus Terra ult is not pretty.
Yeah, and then so 6 grubs potentially going over. Actually, as we can see a collapse on the top river here, 2v2 at the moment.
T-Lights trying to trade. There's that ulti into mid lane, catching out Dr. Felon Chill. Xiao PP getting very, very low. There's that Void Rush trying to get the execute down. The Super Mega Death Rocket does manage to find the kill. A nice number. He's going to deny the Keeper's verdict. First, a flash out of Yelof as well. The collapse was there for ID Blastcone, but the response was just a little better from Big Chillers.
Wow, 6 grubs, 4 Big Chillers Emerald there. Great team play and great cancel for Super Chase on this Rek'Sai here. You can see that he's been practicing this champion. TP for Dr. Philip Chill here. Now things are starting to go teeter a little bit back and forth. A little bit of a flank. Oh.
There's the stun down. There's that spray as well. Default's getting forced to flash away, but the expunge just does so much damage. Go Lista finds the kill, and the Cosmic Radiance means that all Gucci has no chance to trade back.
The PTA damage is well gonna be so much burst, and you're not even gonna think about trading that Twitch with this bot lane composition, because the sustain from this Taric is gonna be much.
Has the Ghost on. The expunge is gonna do a lot of damage here, but the true damage is not enough. It is not a AP Twitch, but the Crow Storm from Xiao PP might be able to trade back. Go Lista, he stays alive with the healing from the Taric. You can't out-sustain this man. Xiao PP is forced to walk away, and Go Lista survives.
Who heals more? Fiddlesticks with multi-suck, or one rat boy with a crystal man that is bound to him? Honestly. Really close, but no cigar.
Maybe in trouble here. Doesn't have the flash. Is going to get caught by that first hit, but a nice sidestep on the stun. It doesn't matter. Brand is a hell of a champion. He will be able to pick that kill up. Go, let's just going to go in. Oh, Gucci's caught unawares. Window shopping. You cannot do that versus the Twitch which shutdown gold will be traded back to a default skin. But if you're gonna give the shutdown gold to anybody on this ID Blastcone side, you're probably happy that it's the Karma.
Oh, Lissa just said it's me and just popped up and gets another kill for himself. This Twitch might be able to snowball out of control, even though they're down about 25-30 CS here. It's 3 kills to the name, pretty much even things out gold wise. And you're gonna be seeing Lissa be a menace with this champion.
LPP is here on the bottom side of the map. T-Light's very low from trying to hold that wave there. MVP support kind of behavior. The wave will sit in front of the tower perfectly. T-Light's you pro. Well done. No! No! Person! The Super Mega Death Rocket from downtown! Gucci catches him! Oh god! I'm so sorry, T-Lights!
Caster Curse from Britty there, gonna cost the life of T-Lights. But no seriousness, nice snipe from all Gucci. Just obviously just pressing R across the map, gonna claim the kill there. Meanwhile, gank the mid lane. Stun won't land. Great movement.
Yeah, that extra bit of movement speed throws up the Twisted Fate, says, hey, I got some blue suede shoes on myself. And yeah, this is kind of what we were talking about in the mid lane. This getting Sion is so difficult to gank.
Even in CS, as you can see
here, in his own jungle, he's gonna try and sustain off of all 3 of the members here. Dr. Villachill has that Spirit Rush over the wall, though. They should just be able to knock him down. The exhaust comes through just a little too late. Dr. Villachill will find Xiao PP. Looking for some damage on the default skin, but he might have just gone a little bit too far forward. The Spirit Rush over the wall, shielding the healing, the sustain! Guardian is too good. T-Lights keeps his teammate alive.
Wow, what a turn of events there. The invade played to a T, almost turned it around on the kill for Dr. Villachill, but he's able to escape because he has the flash up. Great aggressive play and recognition of Xiao PP's jungle pathing, being able to punish him then and there. This next dragon, this Mountain Drake, will be spawning in less than 10 seconds, and since we got a dead jungler walking back from base, and with all this vision set up in favor of BCE, they're going to be able to try and get Prio and play for this.
Yeah, I also want to point out, we haven't been talking about top lane very much recently, as Super Chase and Yilo kind of stopped trading with each other. As, hang on, speaking of top lane, Super Chase dashing over the wall, but maybe not into the situation he wants to. Unstoppable Force as well. Nuffy's just trying to get him down, but Super Chase is so tanky on this right side. I was just about to say, already 2 items. There's that Curse Storm to get in. Super Chase somehow finds the dragon out of everyone there. There's that Void Rush trying to get the execute. Yilo goes down. The Cosmic Radiance keeping the members of Big Chillers alive. Super Chase wants to keep it going, though, taking some tunnels in. No flash available. Doesn't manage to line up the stun. Just a little bit of a walk back. Dr. Villachill with that Spirit Rush can't get in either. All Gucci forced to walk away. Xiao be so low on that fiddle. I'm genuinely surprised that he survived the exchange. And somehow most people walk away.
Look at this Rek'Sai build. Spirit Visage second adds to the healer, gives him the magic resist to negate a lot of the damage from the Fiddlesticks and the Karma poke. He's just a walking brick wall here that, you know, tosses you up like a salad from time to time. It's really hard to kill him at this point. There's not a lot of damaging items coming out from the side of, excuse me, ID Blastcone, as they don't really have any true tank killers except for all Gucci once they get that, like, LDR.
Yeah, and it is Stormrazor first item on this Jinx, so the early game damage is not really gonna be there. Just some extra safety from that movement speed and those extra energized procs. Travis IDB did get to zone off the Bane Chillers from this first Herald for now. It did start it back up, but I think with the vision that Super Chase provides, with any little bit of movement that you show off, it's so easy for them to know whether they should peel away or should go into a fight.
Absolutely, we're just gonna get this wave shoved in, but Nuffy's playing Sion, able to clear waves with ease. Can get a bit of a knock-up on them, but
tank versus tank gameplay here. Super Chase just tanking up the turret, doesn't care. Nuffy doesn't take any damage under tower. This is some real man's League of Legends here. This is how it should be.
It's a wet noodle fight, Britty, in the mid lane there. Sion versus tank Rek'Sai. Just gonna slap back and forth, but now just honestly catching waves here. Top side is so dominant right now in favor of Super Chase, able to get that tower earlier. We weren't able to talk about top lane for a bit because there's just so much going on in the map at the moment. But as you can see, the gold discrepancy and the XP discrepancy is just massive there. 142 CS to about 98 with 2 items, and Yellow hasn't even completed a. He has boots and a campfire.
He's trying to emulate the Melia from game 1. He wants his own cozy campfire, but unfortunately, Balmy Cinder doesn't heal. It really does just burn. So we'll have to see if you can try and get at least a completed item inventory. The Brave is trying to get rid of some of the sustain, but this is a problem that's a lot of league analysts have talked about recently in terms of people buying anti-heal items. It doesn't really work if the healing is out of combat. Like Super Chase diving into that burrow is after he's already taken a trade with Yeetlo. The anti-heal will have already fallen off, and especially with that Spirit Message in inventory, 40% is not going to do enough to stop the Rek'Sai from just getting back to full health.
I'd like to think he bought the Bremovis not for the Rek'Sai, but mostly for the Twitch and the Taric to just try to negate the sustain there, because the Twitch will be trying to auto, trying to just get that early so that you don't have to worry about it later, so you don't have it too late. But the Rift Trail being started up here.
He's looking for an angle.
Emerald has the angle here. Herald is dropping quite low. There's the smite.
Smite comes through from Technic. Somebody's got to go pick up the eye, though. Like, getting the objective is great, but somebody has to walk in and get it. You can see Super Chase over the wall, like, thinking, like, maybe I can go and walk in and grab it. Maybe I can look for it, but I think it's just going to fall up again. I think this is going to be another game of Herald's taken, but no Herald's given as Goat Lista looking for the flank. Oh, Gucci forced a flash away, a great flash away from the charm. He managed to survive. Nuppies tries to pop that unstoppable onslaught to get in. The Crowstorm doesn't find too much value. The Cosmic Radiance comes down. It's 1-for-1 so far as Dr. Phil did get picked up. Yeetlo knocks up Goat Lista, but it's just into the Cosmic Radiance. He does end up falling. It's a double kill for Technic. Super Chase in the meantime chasing down the backliners, finds default skin, and it's just another fight in favor of Big Chillers.
Looked promising for ID Blastcone there. They tried to play that front to back, try to get into the back line. Looks like they had it, but the Cosmic Radiance able to save out most of the members. Yes, Dr. Phil and Chill does fall after getting stunned into the Poppy Wall, but T-Lights with the Taric value able to save his team through that Fiddlesticks ultimate. And honestly, Crowstorm without Seekers or Zanyas at this point in the game is quite difficult to utilize. Yeah, it is quite difficult. It is a bit of a death sentence, quite difficult to utilize without getting out alive unless you like completely one-shot everyone that you fear and you have actually decent follow-up. But now we're getting set up.
I will say I was a little worried about this Taric in draft. I loved the pick, but into Fiddlesticks, I think especially it can be very dangerous if Fiddle does just fear you and your squishies all in one, especially with Taric going for those plated steel caps, meaning that he doesn't have any extra tenacity. Your ADC can just get one shot while you're feared, and there's nothing you can really do about it, but for the most part, T-Lights has played this really well. He hasn't been able to get feared during these fights. He's gotten his Cosmic Radiance off to get a lot of the follow-up damage from this Fiddlesticks. He's got the Locket as well to negate some of that incoming burst damage before the ult comes down. It's looking really good.
Yeah, just hugging Goat Lista as much as he possibly can, just permanently bound to him. No need to overextend and play front to back, even though he is the tankier champion. A little bit of a fight in the bot lane here. Don't think anyone
more wet noodles.
More wet pool noodles just slapping each other. But yeah,
neither of these current members have any sort of damage items aside from their Sunfire Cape items. So if one of them does die, it's going to be from at least one other person, if not two people from the enemy team coming down to come try and punish.
Yeah, I wanted to point this out earlier, but I forgot to. I think I did point it out a bit. As I said before, tanky Rek'Sai, tanky Taric. He's only going to get tankier past this Locket. And again, you don't have any frontline penetration items on these damage dealers. Yes, you have the Leandries on the Fiddlesticks, but Fiddlesticks is not really known for being able to kill tanks as fast as like this brand. As you can see here, 3-0 with the Leandries as the Rylai's finished 9-stack Dark Seal. Maybe teaming towards the Medjais if he gets even stronger, but really going to be hard to get this Rek'Sai off your back without ample CC.
Yeah, I do want to say, Yeetloaf, understanding that he's very far behind in this game and knowing that there's not a lot that he can do damage-wise, not even worried about finishing any of his wave clearers or anything like that. He has gone for the Knight's Vow and said, hey, all Gucci, this game is all you. If we can keep you alive, we're feeling good.
Absolutely here. And look at this aggressive posture now from BCE. They know that they own this jungle, playing towards the mid and bot side because they know Super Chase is pushed upward. This is good macro from them. Super Chase just applying with much pressure as possible, trying to divert attention to this bot side is pretty much what you do in the situation as split pusher. For those viewers who don't really know about it too much, he's diverting attention to himself. As you can see here, Yeet Loop has moved down, Nuffies as well. You have default skin hovering, and now that Baron is up as well, BCE could look for a potential opportunity because, as you can see, the top side, there's no vision up in the top. They have the composition to be able to shred this Baron if Super Chase plays down bot, but honestly, if I'm sure ID Blastcone is smart enough to know that there's something if they try to chase this Rek'Sai. Oh, here we go.
Fiddlesticks ulti on the side. Dr. Phil and Jill caught. You cannot be pushed that far up without wards. That Crow Storm will knock you down. Nice pick by Xiao PP.
I think Dr. Phil needs a real doctor after that one. That one looked like it hurt real bad. Didn't even get a chance to move or play the game. Fortunately, nice pick off from ID Blastcone here. Fortunately, gonna be able to slow things down a bit. Nothing really to convert off of. Baron being super tanky nowadays. Plus, with the strength of BCE's carries, it's just going to be way too hard to try and go in. I don't think you really want to contest Baron when enemy jungler's up and enemy jungler is a brand.
Oh yeah, I do also want to point out, I just love this particular interaction. If you look at the minimap, you can see that there are currently 3, about to be 4 Fiddlesticks on the minimap, and I love that the effigies on the spectator especially just show up as Fiddlesticks as well. It makes it a little bit confusing for us as like spectators and us as casters, but at the same time it's funny enough that I'm totally okay with it.
Yeah, I mean, these Fiddlestick effigies are really, I mean, he doesn't really have a choice of where he wants to put them. They're really far back into his own jungle. He can't really place them more aggressively, given the strength of Big Chiller's Emerald here. The aggressive vision coming in, but the Ghost, coming out from Nuffies.
Boatlista has some nice fancy footwork with his own Ghost, though is going to be able to pop that one. Tactics just throwing that Pyroclasm into the enemy team, applying that Rylai's to every single member. There's that Fiddlesticks ulti. He does get warded up. They have the vision of it, but T-Lights doesn't have a connection to anybody right now. The Cosmic Radiance will just find Dr. Phil and Chill, but it's enough. Goatlista shuts it down. Xiao PP Technics goes on a rampage. Meatloaf knocked a Super Chase out of the backline, but it was just too little too late. Bing Chill's Emerald again and again are unstoppable in these team fights.
Wow, beautiful play. T-Lights really coming in clutch once again. The damage coming out from Goatlista. It would have been even worse because Super Chase had a flank, but luckily Yeet Loop uses the Keeper's Verdict to knock the Rek'Sai away. That's why you saw a flying Rek'Sai in that middle of that team fight for just a split millisecond. Now, with 2 members dead on the side of ID Blastcone.
Chase flashes in, but Jimmy knock up onto the back line. The exhaust comes down from the default skin just to make sure that Rek'Sai can't find any extra burst. Looks for the damage down on the default skin, but he's got the shield and he's got the healing karma. Very, very tanky in this back line. Will be able to stay alive for just a little bit longer, but all Gucci just doesn't have enough damage yet. Only that Stormrazor plus IE sitting in inventory. There's that teleport in from Nuffies. Do they actually have any damage into this Scion? There's the spray and pray. It's huge. Damage from Goatlista blows up the members of ID Blastcone. Nuffies is forced to run away. Xiao PP tries to get in, but it's all for naught. It's a triple kill for Goatlista.
That is an easy Baron if I have ever seen one. Pretty. Again, there's no damage on the side of ID Blastcone. It's really mostly reliant on this Jinx. Yes, you have the Fiddlesticks for the team fight, but it plays mostly off that ultimate, and it's not very consistent when he pops it. I mean, you have the Malignants for more cooldown, but every time you've seen him go in, he doesn't have the Zanya's Hourglass on hand, therefore he just gets instantly popped when he pops it.
Yeah, I think Fiddlesticks really was one of the biggest losers of the removal of stopwatch as an item. Just the fact that he has to pay 1,800 gold to get his first active and then complete the Zonyas to be able to continue it, when there are so many other items that he wants to be building and the ones that he wants to have in his inventory, it's so difficult to justify that Zonyas early on into the game, and especially when you're behind, it feels like you can't justify not building as much damage as you possibly can.
Yep, now Baron buff active for BCE here. We'll be pushing out these waves. Dr. Phil and Chill get a match Nuffies just so that they don't get anything on the map whatsoever. But you see these heavy waves coming in towards the top side, and look how much pressure is being put in towards the mid and top. Just gonna get more and more turrets in favor for them. Gonna be breaking open this ID Blastcone base.
I'm a little worried, but that Dr. Phil and Chill wants to be matching this Scion without any sort of like Leandries or tank burn in his inventory, but I think he's just purely playing for the wave clear, understands that Nuffies is not going to take any damage on this Scion, and just says, okay, you don't want to take damage, that's fine, I don't want to interact with you anyway, I'm just going to clear the waves in your face, and there's nothing you can do about it.
Absolutely, that's all he needs to do. He knows he can't kill the Scion. Oh, the Scion ult is going to come in somewhere.
Onslaught? Where is that one headed? I don't think it managed to find any value. It was looking in mid lane, but members of Bloom Chillers managed to get away. There's that first slow one. All Gucci is going to force the flash out of him. God, Rideless on Braid is just so obnoxious, but it's so good for him at the same time.
You want a persisting slow on a burn rage? You don't think that's a bad idea?
I could argue for its balance and its ability to be played around as it does apply on his passive, but that's that first inhib turret going to crack at the top side as Super Chase is just happy to push away with this Baron buff and these big waves. The 6 grubs as well putting in their work. The base for IDB is just falling apart. They need to find some form of engage, some form of fight if they're going to try and defend their base here, because if they just watch, the whole place is going to fall. Xiao BP gets caught without even being able to ult. Goldlister's going to pop that spray and pray to just find Yeet low. Dr. Phil and Chill and T-Lens got knocked out. But I don't think it really matters. Super Chase is looking for an engage face first into all Gucci, tanking up that Nexus tower. Absolutely does not give a damn on this wreck side. First Nexus turret's gonna go down. The second one soon to follow. And Big Chillers, in stunning fashion, are gonna take us to match point.
That game looked a lot more dominant than the last one, Brittany. I want to say that the draft from ID Blastcone, they wanted to cook something, but unfortunately, Brand on the side of Bing Chiller's Emerald, as well as other things, I think he burned the whole kitchen down. The Fiddlesticks, the value, it like I said before, it comes from the chaos of solo queue being able to actually just optimize the miscommunication from the enemy team and just catch them by surprise. However, they really drafted a comp that played really well around this. The Tarek for the peel, even potentially Rek'Sai to play front to back. This tanky Rek'Sai getting a lead in the top lane super early was really detrimental to Big Show's Emerald's win here, as well as ID Blastcone just kind of going out of control. And there wasn't a lot of damage for this draft either. Again, it was like all the jinx. Well, you look at Big Show's Emerald's comp, they have so you have RE damage, brand damage, and this Fed Twitch is just able to shred from 8,000 miles away, and you don't really have much else to really kill through the Rek'Sai. So, yeah, good job to PCE.
Yeah, and that early pressure on the top side ended up working out really well in Bing Chiller's favor. Technics and Super Chase both deathless over the entire game. 5-0-6 for Technics, 3-0-5 for Super Chase. Just a great performance from the both jungle and top lane of Bing Chiller's Emerald. We're going to take a short break while we hop on to draft for what could potentially be our final game of the night. We'll see if ID Blastcone can try and strike back and take us into a potential reverse sweep, or Bing Chiller's Emerald are going to close us out early and lock their ticket to the finals. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. We are back here for game 3, what could potentially be our final game of the night between Bing Chillers, Emerald, and ID Blastcone. Bing Chillers, with a dominant performance in game 2, are looking to lock their ticket to finals next week, and ID Blastcone are hoping for a miracle here. They need to find some way to pull out a win as we're already into the draft.
Yep, Jink's gonna be locked in. As you can see from the bans, Yelo does not want to fight Super Chase. That's Rek'Sai in lane again. That thing was a bit of a menace to deal with, as honestly Super Chase was just tanking so much damage, just being this unstoppable monster in the top side, especially in the later stages of the game. He's getting flanks, getting that CC, and then his team was just able to follow up here. But now getting another Jinx lock in, but the Seraphine isn't banned out this time, so it's going to be locked in for ID Blastcone. Probably going to be catered towards an APC role, as it's most commonly seen.
Is that triple flex on the Seraphine between mid support and bottom lane carry? You can really do whatever you want with this one. Was recently touched up in terms of nerfs, is a little bit better in the support role currently as opposed to in either of the carry roles, but honestly could go either way. Again, like we mentioned earlier in game 1, this champion is 15-3 in the AEL, is incredibly strong, and he's such a menace just in team fights in general. Is really difficult to play against, as they're going to lock in the Wukong as well, and Bing Chillers immediately snap back with a Talia and a Gnar.
Alright, Gnar and Talia locked in. Talia to zone out that Wukong, which I completely understand. Gnar to add some of that potential engage in those team fights. You manage that rage bar very well before the fight even starts, so you get a good flank with your positioning, just able to flip him into a wall. Gnar able to bring out so much value, but the Yasuo gonna be locked in here. I'm pretty excited to see this.
That was not expected. I mean, Wukong Yasuo is a great combo from jungle and mid, but in the face of Talia and Gnar, I think it's really scary. I would have expected this to be like an R4, maybe an R5 pick, and hide that pick later on into the draft, but they just want to make sure they get it a comfortable matchup in mid lane, even if the Talia could potentially go mid and just kind of shut that pick down.
Yeah, Lulu gonna be banned out here. You know, so it doesn't have to be Yasuo mid at this point. It could be a Yasuo
It should be
top.
top for bot, honestly.
If it is a Yasuo top, it's actually a really solid matchup into the Gnar, because Gnar's weakness is that he has the potential of getting run down in lane, and lane opponents that have higher mobility and have better chase down than he does, they're very hard to deal with in mini form, and Yasuo is just one of those champions that just has the tools he needs to just run him down. If the Yasuo's top lane could be flexed to the mid, not too sure yet. The Gwen will be banned out on the side of BCE. Don't want to deal with that, even though I feel like the Gwen is not too great into the comp of BCE. They had the Talia and the Jinx. See what ID Blastcone opt to ban out this time. The Soraka going to be removed. Don't want any more healing whatsoever to just pump into the back line or the front line. And the silence
surprises me, though, is with the Soraka, then Melia was still up and available for T-Lights if they want to pair that one up with the Jinx again, as we saw in game 1. The Jinx Melia combination is really strong and can deny a lot of the crowd control coming through from Seraphine. So a little surprised to see that one get let through. I wonder if ID Blastcone will just like maybe lock that one away and look to play Seraphine in the mid lane, but no, that's a Taric lock in straight away. Okay, ID Blastcone is cooking this draft, and I don't know if I like what I'm seeing.
Yeah, so Taric locked in here, hopefully to mitigate the Gnar engage, but I mean, liking what I see from ID Blastcone so far, they have the tools they need to get onto the back line of BCE. Janna is definitely nice here, very good as an anti-engage support. Very strong enchanter at the moment, probably one of the strongest enchanters in solo queue at the moment. So it is going to get locked in here.
Yeah.
Gives a very good AD steroid, as well as great utility in the team fights. The Monsoon able to knock away the potential engage for Wukong and Yasuo, as well as these well-placed Janna tornadoes that could just like stop you in your tracks.
Yeah, and it's a little surprising to see that Taric locked in so aggressively, as we do see the Swain as well for the Chillers. With the Taric locked in on 4th pick, you know that there's not going to be a lot of pressure coming out in the lane, and so Janna is just a great pick, as she's not forced to engage to play into Taric's strengths. and can really just start to like bully him throughout the laning phase. I think ID Blastcone, I'm not going to say they've set themselves up for failure, but they have set themselves up for a very, very difficult game 3 here.
Yeah, Swain locked in 3 melee champions. This is Swain's wet dream. Make that about 4, as Rumble is going to be locked in last. So it is going to be, I think, a Rumble top lane as well as a Yasuo mid this time around. Although, wouldn't be surprised if this... Actually, I mean, the Rumble can flex mid and the Yasuo can go top. I think that is the most ideal setup for ID Blastcone, since the Yasuo top is such a good matchup into the Gnar, and Rumble gives Swain like 0 breathing room whatsoever.
Yeah, there's a lot of potential ways that this pick order could move around. Again, ID Blastcone, I think, are just pulling out anything and everything possible to try and play for that game 3 and look to start that reverse sweep, but Big Chillers have a draft that's very, very comfortable for them. That Talia in the jungle once again. You have Jinx plus an Enchanter in the bottom side for Goatlista and T-Lights. It's just the kind of comps that they love to play, and I don't know if ID Blastcone has enough to actually break that comfort.
Well, they have a lot of tools to get onto BCE. I mean, Equalizer, Cyclone, follow up with Last Breath from the Yasuo, as well as Seraphine Ultimate Encore. ID Blastcone does have a lot of potential, even though the draft does look a little wonky from one's perspective. If you look a little deeper, there are opportunities and angles where they can find themselves working out with it.
Yeah, we'll have to see how that works out for them in this game 3. Before I send you to a break, we got one more shout out to do tonight. You know them, you love them. It's Pro Comps, our sponsor and a game changer app for the League of Legends community. It's not just like any other tools. It's your personal draft coach, perfect for both teams and solo players. In fact, you can pair it with any other app you use. Pro Comps stands out with features like custom champion pools, personalized tier lists, and live draft advice. You can think of it like having a virtual coach and strategy toolkit all wrapped up into one. They offer real-time champs and band recommendations, and they already have over 200,000 downloads and thousands of daily users just like you. ProComps is user-friendly and it's 100% free. It's a no-brainer to at least give it a try. You can download ProComps now and you'll experience a whole new level of drafting power in your league games. You can go to procomps.gg, download it from Overwolf, or click on the panel located below our stream. And like I said, we are going to be taking a short break while we hop into the Rift for Game 3 of Big Chillers Emerald versus ID Blastcone. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Is that all you've got to say?
We are back here for game 3 of Big Chiller's Emerald versus Iridescent Dawn Blastcone. If you've missed the series up until this point, Big Chillers are sitting on match point after a very dominant game 2 performance and a slightly less dominant game 1 performance. ID Blastcone on the back foot now, trying to fight their way into that final spot. Whereas Big Chillers are looking to just close this series out with a quick 3-0.
A little bit of a push stack here in the top side from Iridescent Blastcone. Just trying to gauge if Big Chillers wants to get aggressive vision here, but it doesn't look like they're really taking the bait at the moment. Standard 5-point, however, coming out from BCE. They're just gonna relax a little bit, nothing too much. Obviously, don't want to toss the game this early on. At minute 10, you don't really want to like throw that lead away, give anyone like more of a snowball potential, but it's gonna be walking back to lane here. As for junglers, it looks like Technics is trying to posture for some early vision here. He might face check. Yeah, he is face checking.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Xiao PP will spot him out here. Nuffy's actually had to rotate. This is a disaster for Technics. I think he's just gonna die. It's first blood for Nuffy's on the Rumble mid.
And that was a little bit of questionable movement from Technics. I mean, it will slow down his jungle clear a lot. Also, it gives a kill over to the mid laner. Nuffy's gonna be, you know, honestly, he's just like, hey, I'll take that one.
Yeah, that's a big mistake from Technics, who has been having, I would say, a legacy series so far. He's been playing very, very well over the course of this whole series, and to have a performance like that at minute 1 does not feel very good. Like you said, it's going to slow the Celia jungle clear down and give that kill over to Rumble, which I think is probably the worst person on this ID Blastcone composition to get fed.
Yeah, now Nyx is going to be very behind in tempo at the moment. A little bit of a stun coming out of T-Lights to try to shield himself. While Gucci has actually been dropped down to about half HP here from the Janna and the Jinx poke. It's actually very good push from the side of BCE's bot lane. At the moment,
this is the aggression that you can see from Janna supports. It's a little interesting to see T-Lights opt for the Airy and not the Comet, like we've normally seen Janna's do. A lot of the normal Janna build is just Scorch plus Comet plus Cheap Shot, just trying to get as much damage down in the laning phase as possible. But with all the sustain that Seraphine and Taric have, there's only so much poke that you're actually able to do.
Yep, absolutely. And Eatloaf, ooh, catching Super Chase. And mini form
coming back.
Good,
it's gonna get
wall
off. PP is up there as well. This could potentially be very bad for Super Chase, but he does have the flash, so he will be able to get out of there safe and sound. As seeing the mid lane Nuffy's just putting the pressure down onto this lane. I think you mentioned it in draft that Rumble just does not give these ranged laners any room to breathe throughout the laning phase, and we're seeing it come to fruition here in mid.
Well, if you have ample range, Rumble can have a bit more of a difficult time. It's just that Swain doesn't have any significant range for a champion, and you pretty much treat him almost like a melee, considering the range of his abilities. And Rumble early game, probably one of the most impressive early games out of any champion of a solo lane. If you get that trade on Goatlista, has to be careful.
Very low on that Jinx. A nice trade back by all Gucci and default skin. Perhaps this is a very practiced lane for them. I was a little bit worried about it in draft, in all honesty, because Taric plus Seraphine is not going to provide the most damage throughout the laning phase. It's not going to be able to apply too much pressure to a Jinx in the early game, but they're proving me wrong right now. ID Blastcone are saying that those first 2 games, they were a fluke. We're here to win this series.
Definitely you can turn things around here. Super Chase, just kind of push things back in. This is the part in the Yasuo lane where things get dangerous for the Gnar, pushing towards the Yasuo's tower, trying to get a safe crash into, because any slight misstep, the Yasuo can just easily just dash through your minion wave and just run you down. So Super Chase has to stack this rage bar while slow pushing at an ample time so that he has Mega in order to crash this next wave safely. And that Yeetloaf that can't really just solo kill him, especially since he is flashed down.
Yeah, no flash Gnar is definitely a much more viable gank target. It is still Gnar, and he still has a decent amount of safety with that hyper and with the hop, so he should be able to make himself safe at least at some point in this lane. But like you said, without flash, he's a lot more of a viable target for Xiao PP, and especially with Meatloaf soon to hit level 6, any stray tornado, if the Wukong is in the area, could very easily lead to a kill.
I see the longsword buy from Super Chase here. I mean, one way to mitigate the difficulty of this matchup, even though it seems like Super Chase is doing fine so far. TP coming out from Yeetlo to catch the 6th wave. One thing to really mitigate the difficulty of this matchup is rushing tier 2 boots as we get a bit of a gank here.
Aegis is just gonna pop that equalizer. No tactics, you have to be so careful with this rumble. He's just gonna burn down in the ignite. Nuffies turns it around in the 1 versus 2. You cannot gank this rumble.
That is just disgusting damage. Level 6 spike coming out from Nuffies. Doesn't help that Dr. Phil and Chill was quite low on resources, so immediately once he pops that ultimate, doesn't really have mana for anything else. And Technics being so squishy.
Caught out by those traps, is going to be forced to flash away. Defaults can try to get some autos down. Goatlista doesn't have a ton of mana, but Jinx doesn't need a lot of mana to do a lot of damage. It's going to force some summoner usage out of the bottom lane of IDB. It's a decent start for the Jinx lane.
These Genonados are hurting as the Gnar ultimate will be popped. Super Chase just trying to shove him away. Gets a rock to the face there. Good thing about Gnar ultimate, very, very low cooldown. A deceptively low cooldown, even at rank 1. Yeah, absolutely. Teamfight ultimate, obviously, I mean, needs that low cooldown. I mean, that's what you really play the champion for. But really just shows you the strength of Gnar, and you really gotta just kind of be careful post level 6 when he's in that mega form, because he can just get tossed like into a wall, get one shot, or if you're too close to his tower, he just insects you, and you can't really do much about it.
Yeah, getting pulled into tower really is one of Gnar's like big tricks. The Super Chase is about to go mega again. I don't think Meatloaf wants to take the last breath of air on that particular transformation, but just based on CS numbers, it seems like Super Chase is actually doing pretty okay in this lane matchup. We know that the Gnar was picked early in the Yasuo with a potential counter, as Super Chase just laying some damage down into this Yasuo. And call that the reverse caster curse, because he's just winning this lane harder and harder.
Yeah, I mean, Super Chase in the mini form, all he has to do is farm, stack the mega form up. Once he has the mega form, he can look for opportunities to play aggressively so that he can crash the wave with his AoE abilities, get some trades onto Yeetloaf. Yeetloaf won't be winning out those trades until he gets like maybe one item, or unless he actually dodges out the abilities. Doesn't seem like Yeetloaf is playing with the waves as much as he could be in order to be dominant in this matchup, so therefore that's why you kind of see Super Chase just giving Meatloaf a beating.
Yeah, I do think early on the Gnar has the ability to sort of bully out this Yasuo with just the range auto attacks. And like you said, with the Mega Form especially, it's really difficult for Yasuo to try and find that all-in, because Gnar gets that extra burst of HP. If you get too close to the tower, he pulls you in, like we said. And Super Chase, to his credit, despite this being a counter matchup, has been playing an incredible series. Like on that Rek'Sai game 2, had a fantastic performance going deathless. And it's just been very difficult, I think, for Meatloaf over the course of this entire series to match Super Chase. So giving him the comfort of this counter pick is maybe what ID Blastcone is trying to play through, but right now the story, I think, is all about Nuffies on this Rumble. Up 20 CS, up 2 kills to none, is having a very happy time in this mid lane versus this Swain. How did I forget his name?
Yeah, honestly, yeah, I mean, the thing with Nuffies is that if you try to trade aggressively on this Rumble here, we got a bit of a trade under tower. Oh no!
He's taking tower shots. The encore from Seraphine doesn't manage to land on the Goatlista, but he's already super low. T-Light's forced to try and peel away with the Monsoon, with the Tornado. Still holding out of that flash and heal. He's gonna be forced to use his flash to get away. Now Nuffies has already taken up to the top side. They found a mini Gnar. He has his flash back up though, so he will be able to get away. No equalizer popped there from Nuffies, managing to escape as Xiao PP and Technics trading. Nice flick back on Xiao PP. The clone does count as a dash, but with the priority from the bottom lane as Technics, I think it's going to be forced to walk away. Xiao PP blasting forward, but you're already so low. You got to be so careful, man. The Cosmic Radiance does not come down in time, and that is just a kill. Give it over.
I think they had a vision Gritty. They had a vision, but Technics has a vision as well.
He doesn't have a lot of mana to keep this fight going, but they know that there's no cosmic gradient, so they're relying on just the auto coming through from Jinx to do enough damage. They'll pick up one. The Zap does not land on all Gucci, so the Seraphine should be able to survive. But it's a disaster in the bottom side for IDV.
As I said, Xiao PP had a vision, but he was wearing a blindfold at the time. So default skin, they had a coordinated play. Unfortunately, he went in a little too early. I feel like if they want that play to work, they want default skin to pop the ult early, or at least bind to the Wukong in order to pop that ult, so the Cosmic Radiance will allow the Wukong to actually just live through all that damage, even with the low HP. But all in all, it was just a way too risky of a play, and you see the cost of their mistakes.
Yeah, I think Xiao PP was trying to take a drink from the water of life there, but it's just the water of death, because it doesn't give him a vision of the future, it just gives him a vision of his own demise. That's randomization choice here from All Gucci, actually. That Imperial Mandate first item for Seraphine is not normally what we see out of this champion. I wonder if this is just some new tech cooking up.
Yeah, interesting. Oh, here comes the last breath.
He does have the hop out. Super Chase will be able to survive. No lethal for the Lasso just yet. Only the attack speed boost plus the 2 longswords. But if the trades continue like that, this might be Yeetlow's way back into the series.
Absolutely. I mean, smart buy from Super Chase. I was trying to mention this earlier. If you want to survive this lane, tier 2 boots is the way to go, and he's got it. Mitigates the damage, allows him to space a lot better, dodge these Qs, just honestly gives him all the chance he needs, the armor and the movement speed. Allows him to survive the lane. But yeah, the Imperial Mandate from the Seraphine is quite interesting. However, it's although it's not the most common thing we see in like a Seraphine APC lane. Usually it's the Seraph's Embrace, or it's the tier that got us with a Staff of Flowing Water. It's a Seraph's Embrace, and the Rylai's as well. But honestly, Imperial Mandate, not a terrible option here. Adds a little bit of amp damage playing for her team. It's a very cheap item, very gold efficient. Doesn't cost a lot. Allows her to just be more effective. Yep.
Super low. Ooh, almost gets the kill onto the dragon, but a nice smite from Xiao PP will guarantee it as Goatless is actually forced to use his cleanse. Navigating back to lane, Encore doesn't find Goatless. He's able to walk out of range of it just in time. Xiao PP up there on a ward will not be able to come in for a gank, and it's just a decent disengage, but a little over aggression from the Bane Chiller's bottom side.
Yeah, it is going to cost a cleanse, but nothing else too much here. Super Chase with the Gnar ult.
Caught into the wall. That Gnar putting in some work. Heatlove knows that in the Mega Form he can't really trade back yet. Does get that knock up, but it's already too little too late. Nice wind wall. I don't know if the Hyper Proc would have killed there, but it would have been damned close.
And that's it's just a Mega Form diff there as well. So much damage protection coming out.
Still no mana on this Swain. The Ignite's there is going to pop the flash out of the Swain. Equalizer was available for Nuffies. I wonder if he throws that one down, if it might just be a kill, as the Swain had no flash, but it's just a positive trade for this Rumble again and again.
Yeah, Xiao PV tried to attempt the gank, but was caught on vision. But here we go.
What a tornado is going to force the flash out of All Gucci on that bottom side. T-Lights from downtown. It just finds All Gucci standing in the wave.
So when our Summoner spells burned, this is very good. It's going to be allowing to apply more pressure towards the side where there is no Summoner spells. But Xiao PP saw Technics on the other side of the Masters is going to try to counter dribble, but Super Chase is here to defend the blue buff, as we can see here.
Chase, yeah, doing a great job with defending. That's the kind of moves that really you only see in professional play, and in like the upper echelons of ELO. You see, like, you know, your jungler's on the other side of the map, so you move into your own jungle to make sure that they're not getting counter jungled. It's a great little look there from Super Chase, and it's making sure that Technics, while he's making moves on the map, is not falling any farther behind us. Notice had traded All Gucci here, but default skin is here. I don't know if that's the one they want. They find a flick back onto Nuffies in the mid lane. In the meantime, they're gonna pop that Demon Flare. Force the flash out of Nuffies. That Belinda's putting in a little bit of work, but he can't get the burst down onto Nuffies. He manages to survive, losing his flash.
Flash saves lives there. Nuffies, it's gonna give him a lot of mid prio, and it will be able to have BCE transition into the Rift Herald on the top side, as you can see.
Oh,
But
on
the
board
bot
bot
lane.
lane. Goodbye, Lista. Left on his lonesome for just a little too long. T-Light's trying to roam and support the team, but you can't leave your Jinx alone that long under tower. A nice dive from the members of IDB.
They saw an opportunity, they took it, they executed it to perfection, and now with no cleanse on that Jinx, they saw that, you know, they made a play. And it worked out incredibly well. So now that the bot lane is just kind of flip-flopping back and forth at this point, Gritty, and we're just gonna have to see how well this transitions into our next potential Drake. It's gonna be Infernal Soul for this game. Very beneficial for both sides. Infernal Soul, everyone wants more damage. You can see,
T-Lights, I think you gotta be really careful here. Uses that Monsoon as a disengage tool. No equalizer available for Nuffies that time, but T-Lights did not want to risk it, and I think, you know what, sometimes you just gotta throw that ulti down. Make sure you don't die.
Better to use the Monsoon than to burn his flash or his heal. Monsoon, lower cooldown, obviously. Yeah, you really want to be careful which pathway you're walking, especially as you can see the bot side river. BCE has no vision except in that bot lane tri-bush, and it's about to be cleared as I speak.
Super Chase maybe wants to continue this trade on the Yeetloaf, but Yeetloaf does have that red buff, so a little risky to take that one. He does have that Kraken Slayer finish, but Super Chase on that recall did finish up his own Trinity Force, so it's going to be a lot more difficult to chase down this Gnar. The extra movement speed coming through from that Rage passive keeps him so slippery.
However, the Kraken Slayer is finished as well, as we can see here.
Gnar to the wall. Here comes the damage from Super Chase. The Sheen procs are putting in the work onto Yeetloaf. A nice stun under tower. The rock comes through with a nice blast. Trade for trade there. Beautifully timed in synchronization, but Yeetloaf will manage to survive.
Honestly, Super Chase just being the alpha male in this top lane matchup, as you can see. It's like, look at me, I am the top laner now. He's gonna be getting just so much damage on a Yeetloaf, and Yeetloaf is just kind of biting his own fingernails at this point. Technics, as you posturing in these bot lane bushes. However, as you can see, the bot side of the map, Chow PP is playing to kill Dr. Phil and Chill.
He's got the Demon Flares. Actually looking to trade back on the Chow PP a little bit. Default skin is rotating up. But for the top lane, this hasn't really been the story of this series. Super Chase has been finding so many good leads against Yeetloaf across the board, even in matchups that he really shouldn't be able to. So now looking at this first Infernal Dragon, Nuffies is there on the side. I don't think there are any wards for Bing Chiller, so I don't think they know exactly where he is. That Herald is going to be popped. Looking to put some pressure onto that bottom side tower, but look at that flank from Nuffies. Teleport's coming through from both members. The equalizer is beautiful onto the back line. Every single member of Bing Chillers is roasting alive. It's a triple kill for Nuffies. Gorgeous flank.
They ain't gonna be Bing chilling for long as Rumble just roasts them from behind. Beautiful flank from Nuffies, recognizing the fact that with the Dragon HP, Bing Chiller's Emerald had to make a move if they wanted to secure this Infernal Drake whatsoever. Unfortunately, they don't get it, and it costs their lives for it, and it's just going to be snowballing this Rumble's lead even more. So 5-0 at about 18 minutes, 650 gold bounty here. It even gets Yeetloaf a kill after a TP down to the bot side, so maybe add a little more strength to his character.
Yeah, he's finished up that Shadow Flame now. 2 items before 20 minutes. This Rumble is cooking, similarly to how he cooked the members of Bing Chillers in that fight. It did, we didn't get to talk very much about the top side objectives as there was a lot of trading happening on the other side of the map, but it did go 3 groups to 3. That Rift Herald did end up going in favor of the Technics, as Super Chase may be in trouble here, but Technics has that Weaver's Wall, is going to come up. They're going to use that last breath onto Super Chase, looking for some extra damage. The Wind Wall will knock out some of those rocks, keep them down, but I don't think Yeetloaf should be very long for this world. Super Chase will pick up that kill.
Nice gank from Technics. They're using the Weaver's Wall to catch him off guard and just cut him down. Now it's just going to be trying to be... You're just trying to slow down the pace a little bit. Actually, as I say, the Technics is back for more.
Oh, a nice two-man play onto the bottom lane of IDB. Default skin has to disengage, so Zhao PP with that cycle into the backline. Technics very much in trouble, but the sustain from the Monsoon keeps the whole team alive. Team Lane is worth a flash out from under tower, but Dr. Bill Chill's looking for some extra damage. But
Equalizer?
here comes Nuffies, another beautiful equalizer on the back line. Go Lista, survives with liver HP with Dr. Gold Shield. He's not done. He wants more. It's a triple kill for the Swain. Bloodbath in the mid lane, triple for triple traded for the mid laners.
It looked so good for BCE, and then it looked really, really scary with the counter gank from Xiao PP on the Cyclone. But both teams looked like they had a hard time until the mid laners just came in with their ultimates. Pretty, but now 3 for 3, as you can see, or 3 for 4, I should say, because Dr. Phil and Shield does end up falling, and Nuffies does come out on top 8-0 on this Rumble. This guy is going to be a terror.
Yeah, it's just a matter of protecting that shutdown gold at this point and keeping this Rumble alive throughout the team fights, as this really is your #1 guy. Nuffies, I would say, over the course of the series hasn't been having like the most impressive performances. He hasn't been playing bad by any means, but has never been that shining star that IDB really needed in this game 1 and game 2.
Another game.
And on hold as Techmix wants to find Heatloaf again, overextending in the side lane, gonna flick him back into the rocks. Goodbye, Heatloaf. Hello, Super Chase. Finds a second.
Look at that Randuin's Omen buy. What a smart fella there. Using the active slow, negates the crit damage from the Yasuo. Also, another pick from Technics, just knowing, hey, that guy's overextended, let's kill him. And they just say, okay, and they hit the go button. And now Heatloaf is sent back to the fountain once again, just gray screen. Unfortunately, I feel like he's just kind of overstepping without this vision that he could potentially have.
Yeah, let's actually in trouble here. Nuffies has that equalizer, but he's just gonna be walking away very quickly. You see Rumble approaching you, especially this very scary Badlands Rumble. You do not want to get anywhere near this guy. Like you were saying earlier, 8-0-1. Technics actually caught out on a ward. Vision good for ID Blastcone. It's just gonna net them a pick. Nice and done.
Wow, kind of greeted for that little yellow ward there, but now they're gonna try to transition this to a Baron. No jungler for the side of BCE. Gonna be a little bit of a risky fight, but Super Chase and a teleport coming in as well.
There's the door to the wall. Super Chase has the damage. The Cosmic Greetings comes down, but it's just not fast enough. All Gucci's already dead. Demo trying to get some damage out of the side lane, but the damage from this Rumble, if you're not getting the pick on him, you cannot take the fight.
That's the value of the Taurik, Gritty. The Cosmic Radiance getting so clutch there, saving the lives of all but one member of ID Blastcone. Yeah, they weren't able to transition to the Baron, but they get 2 more back at it. It's a 1-for-2 deal. We'll take those any day of the week.
Yeah, it's just more gold going into the pocket of Nuffies as well. He's finished up that 3rd item. 3 minutes ago, he was finishing his 2nd. Now he's already done with his 3rd. The Crypt Loom is going to be able to keep his team even more alive alongside that Cosmic Radiance and the Seraphine Sustain. I was a little bit worried about this draft. I'll be honest, I was not a believer for ID Blastcone. I thought for sure Banechiller's Emerald had the draft to edge. They were looking to play really well. They've been having a great series, but I mean, ID Blastcone are showing me up. They're making me eat my words. This Seraphine and this Rumble are putting in so much work in this game.
We'll be playing for Soul Point here. Infernal Strength just going to be easily taken, no contest whatsoever. There's too many strong members on the side of ID Blastcone, especially this 10-0 Rumble with 3 items. Going to be really risky here. I'm surprised he doesn't go. I mean, doesn't go for the Magi here. Oh, Cyclone!
Cyclone, last breath. T-Lights is caught out, picked up and deleted. Technics now forced to try and run away, but the encore through Xiao PP picks him up. Heatloaf survives the Super Mega Death Rocket, and Goat Lista is left alone under his tower, just looking around like, where the heck did my teammates go? I swear they were here a second ago.
That is going to be Baron Pretty. Easy transition, 2 picks there, and one of them is the jungler. So, going to be just 4 men on this Baron here. Going to be trying to trade it out for BCE as Super Chase is trying to get this top lane inhibitor turret. But the Baron buff will be more beneficial overall.
Yeah, if Super Chase can grab this turret, it's at the very least something. For Bing Chillers, they can look to trade something back, but going into Mega here, I don't think Super Chase is actually going to have a way out this time around. Xiao PP is over the wall, is going to slow him down with that red smite, and Nuffies is here. Yeah, there's no escape. It's legendary for Nuffies on the Rumble. 11-0 now. Just more gold in his pocket. Why not? Huge
turnaround of gameplay here from ID Blastcone. I like what I'm seeing so far. I wanted a banger of a series, and I am getting delivered, Brittany. This is just a masterclass Rumble series so far, Nuffies. And I know you said that the draft looked a little sus, but they were able to utilize the lead somehow.
Oh, they're looking for a pick here. Nuffies maybe calling out, has to use that flash, but it's this nice save from Technics. No, T-Lex gets the shutdown. It's the only member there. You didn't want to get it. 1,000 gold to the support of Pink Chillers.
So 1k gold to Jenna. Oh no.
Finds the knockup on the 2. T-Lights finds the knockup on the rest of the enemy team, though. Teleport's coming through. This might be a bit of a disaster for ID Blastcone. They don't have their Fed member anymore. Xiao PP gets picked up. Dr. Phil and Chill will find their 5th kill of the game. And with Nubby still on a 20-second respawn timer, no flash, no teleport, this might be Pink Chiller's time to swing back.
It's just the classic Baron into toss it angle that I've seen in my games. Because unfortunately, that's kind of just what I saw right now.
It's really tragic that of all the people who were in that area who could have picked up the 1,000 gold shutdown from Nuffies, it was T-Lights. It's not the end of the world. A lot of 80 carries and solo people complain like, oh my god, it's over, support picks up shutdown, GG. But their items are going to defend you. So at the very least, T-Lights will pick up the locket in inventory and be better at sustaining the team through the shred that is this Rumble ult.
I mean, come on, see how Jenna can utilize 1k gold right then and there? Like, just gonna bring so much more team fight value. I will save my team.
A lot of value.
I definitely will. No joke about that. Jenna will save her team with the 1,000 gold that she got paid from yesterday's paycheck.
I do think we would have much preferred to see that gold on the go list, who has been, despite having a great series over the course of this, these past 2 games, has been kind of struggling in this game. The Jinx now sitting on 2 items, looking to finish up what is probably the Bloodthirster again, a 3rd item, trying to sustain through the damage that is Nuffies. And I was a little bit sus about it in game 1. I thought IE might have been better, but in this game, no question about it. I think you need that lifesteal to try and stay alive against this Rumble.
It's just gonna be so hard to kill him in a full-on 5v5 team fight. As long as that Targ ult is up and running, it's just gonna be. I mean, I don't see any way possible that ID Blastcone doesn't win the fight with the Tark on their backs. I mean, yes, the Rumble dies, but he's still incredibly strong. Still got a 400 gold bounty, even if he died with the last breath.
As for the on top side, Super Chase actually doesn't have any rage right now. I think he's a little sleepy, and Yelo has that lethal tempo stacked up. He's got some minions to sustain off of as well. Super Chase might finally be outscaled in this side lane. 3 items on the Gnar.
Yeah, but that is buffed Infinity Edge for Heatloaf.
Yeah, everybody was talking about, oh, these crit marksmen are going to be so good with the Infinity exchanges, but we forgot the Wind Brothers, Yasuo and Yone, probably some of the biggest winners of this patch. And it means that Yulov is going to have so much more damage in his inventory, despite the Randuins canceling out a lot of the crit damage from Super Chase.
Yeah, this Yasuo is actually quite strong now. 3 items, finishing up the Immortal Shield Bow. It's actually going to be a menace in the side lanes. Flash!
Oh, Technics wanted to look for it, didn't manage to find that knockback, and here comes that Rumble ult again. The Equalizer putting in work. Technics slain immediately. The Cosmic Radiance comes down as well. There is just no damage to come through for Dr. Phil and Chill. Super Chase still trying to split push on this side lane. You lost this 1v1 once at full HP. I don't know if you win it on less HP. He does have some range stacking up. He's trying to sustain through. He's trying to get that range off. He's going to be able to transform to Mega. Evo has that shield up. The Super Mega Death Rocket goes into the Dragon Pit, doesn't manage to find anything. Super Chase wants to find this 1v1, but all Gucci's about to make this a 2 versus 1. And Super Chase, my friend, I think you are overextended on the side lane. Infernal Soul claimed for ID Blastcone. He has that hyper proc, though. He's going to be able to walk out of there pretty quickly.
There's a wave.
But yeah, with the wave and with Seraphine, I think they should just be able to chase down this poor little Gnar. He's going to do his best to kind it out. He's actually making it work decently in his favor. Super Chase, the super top, doing his best to make this work, but no! He gets caught off the AoE. Hang on, Hilo is throwing that tornado to Narnia, but I think it's just a matter of time before somebody finds the kill. All Gucci finds it.
That was a Clown Fiesta, if I've ever seen one.
Yeah.
It was good stall from Super Chase. However, it is a bit of a stagger on his side as well. But
this equalizer, I think Alyssa's just dead. I think he might just die to it. No, the shield from Steelite is going to keep him safe for now. But that was no other abilities. He just had to walk through the Rumble ulti, and he's already almost dead.
Yeah, honestly, a little bit of scary pathing there from Goatlista. That jungle is no longer your jungle, my friend. With the lead that ID Blastcone has given themselves in this game, they're just controlling all aspects of the map here. Baron is up soon. Hopefully they'll be able to play off of that. Oh my goodness.
Technics caught out by all Gucci. The knockup as well. T-Lights will do his best to sustain his jungler, but it will not be enough. And the rest of the members of ID Blastcone are saying, hey, T-Lights, you're on the wrong side of the map. Zhao PP finds his second kill of the game. And it feels like Big Chillers are kind of starting to fall apart here with Infernal Soul with Baron on the way. I don't know if there's a chance for them to come back.
It's going to be another Baron here for ID Blastcone. You saw Super Chase insta TP towards the bot side and get a bot lane tier 2, trying to get that split push pressure through. But all Gucci going to try to match. I don't think he'll be able to save the tower. However, dodges the Gnarl there. However, he will be able to stop him from getting any more than that. But Goatlista...
You are again on the wrong side of the map. You know Baron's being taken. You don't see Nuffies. You cannot be up that far. You just can't be looking that aggressively towards anywhere, honestly. You have to farm under your tower and pray that Nuffies does not find you tasty enough to ult.
Pretty, this game looks kind of doomed.
A little doomed? Obviously, there's a potential for comeback always. I think if Goatlista can pick up a shot gold off of Nuffies, if he can look to find some extra gold in farm or off of Meatloaf or on Gucci, there's always a potential to come back. Big Chillers has a great teamfight composition, and we haven't seen it fully come to fruition yet because they have been struggling to deal with the damage that is this Rumble. But if they can find a pick on him before a fight starts, there's a chance, as Super Chase, I think, is the one getting picked this time around, just into the waiting arms of Nuffies.
Super Chase is super dead, my friend. The Baron is now going to be used aggressively here. However, there is no wave in the mid lane just yet. It has already been cleared out. So, just gonna try to do as much damage to this tower as possible. Technics is proxying.
Yeah, I think he's just trying to make sure that the wave doesn't come to this tower. It will eventually still go down as Zhao PP hang on inside the enemy base. I don't know if this is exactly where he wants to be, but fairly tanky on this Wukong, so we'll just be able to walk it out. But yeah, the meantime, Technics is just delaying the push. The dive is trying to come through. They find the charm on the T-Lights. Goodbye, Janna. There is no escape for you. The Cosmic Radiance as well, meaning that Goatlista can't even try to sustain off of the Wukong. And with the wave in bottom lane, with Dr. Phil and Chill up there on the top side, I think this might just be the end of the game for ID Blastcone.
Alright, that looks like a pretty dominant performance from the other team this time. So ID Blastcone, they're trying to wrap things up here, and now what?
Nice stun onto Technics. They're gonna blow him up. Goodbye, jungler. Super Chase though. Mega on this Gnar, forcing the flash out of Zhao PP, all Gucci, and Yilo just trying to focus down this Nexus turret. They want this game to end. They want out of this series. Super Chase finds the stun, but it does not matter. ID Blastcone will strike back in game 3. Ladies, gentlemen, and everyone in between, we've got a series.
A surprising turn of events here for ID Blastcone. They just looked like they were on top this game. Especially Nuffy's on this Rumble here, using his early game dominance and then getting the lead at the perfect moment in the game, just being able to just push things through. I mean, yeah, the level 1 kill was awesome. It didn't really do much for him, but it was also that the other mid lane fight that gave him that triple kill like later into the game that really just like settled things. And
yeah, it really was the performance of Nuffies on this Rumble that kept IDB, I think, fully in the series. It was just domination from minute 1. You mentioned it in the draft that Swain pseudo melee with how short range his spells are, and Rumble loves that kind of champion in the laning phase, and Nuffy's put on a hell of a performance, put Dr. Phil and Chill in the dirt, so to speak, and despite a potentially winning side lane in Super Chase, and despite Goatlista and T-Lights not losing their lane, struggling a little bit, but not being that far behind, they just couldn't match with the power that was this Rumble in the mid lane.
Absolutely not. And honestly, shout out also the default skin on this Tarek pick as well.
Yeah.
There were some moments that BCE looked like it could have turned things around with the Swain ultimate and the Gnar as well. But the Cosmic Radiance being able to just sustain them through all that damage is really just gonna, put the nail in the coffin for BCE.
Yeah, it looked good for ID Blastcone, and only time will tell if this is the start of the reverse sweep for ID Blastcone, or if this was their last dying gasp and Bing Chillers will finish out this series. We're going to take a short break while we hop into the draft for Game 4, so don't go anywhere. We've got more AEL action after the break. Welcome back, everybody. We're here for Game 4 of ID Blastcone versus Bing Chiller's Emerald after a very surprising performance from ID Blastcone, coming out strong in Game 3, making sure at the very least that the series is not a full sweep. Bing Chillers have hopped back over to the red side, and we're here in the draft.
IDB able to put one on the board, down but not out. Just needed only 2 more games, you know. It's an easy reverse sweep. As you can see, Nico going to be banned out, as well as the Gragas. For IDB, BCS don't want to play against the Ivern or the Maokai this time. Very strong support champion here.
Yeah, the Ivern and the Maokai also going to continue to be taken away by Bing Chillers. It seems like ID Blastcone have also found their flavor of bans. They do not want to allow that Rek'Sai through, and Bing Chiller said, hey, Seraphine, just a little too good. Now 16-3 in the AEL, so not letting that one through any longer. And ID Blastcone have pretty much their pick of the litter for first picks here. They can grab whatever they want.
I mean, Jinx is wide open. We've been seeing Prio pick Jinx this entire series, I'm sorry. Prio pick Jinx, I wouldn't mind it, but we're gonna actually see, ooh, Zig's gonna be locked in here. It could be Ziggs mid or a APC Ziggs in the bot lane, either or, but BCS gonna take that opportunity, take the Jinx for themselves, I believe.
It seems to be what Lista has been going for throughout this entire series. It seems to be comfort for him, and I think on the desk and in Twitch chat, I've just been seeing just like, please, no more static Shiv on the Jinx if that's what we go for, but Bing Chillers actually are going to opt for the Ashe instead, a very different style of draft this time around.
Yes, definitely. I haven't seen Ashe ADC as often as I've seen Ashe support against certain compositions, especially with like the Hail of Blades and the Blood Song that's being built
Maybe
on
Ashe
her.
Eris?
Could be Ashe Eris.
Blind Gnar again, and given how Yilo performed in the early game, it's not super surprising, but late game, it just felt like Super Chase could not match up versus Yilo on the Yasuo in the side lane. And with already one AP solo laner locked in, I wouldn't be shocked if we just saw a Yasuo slammed here for IDB again.
I mean, it was hard for Super Chase to kind of get value out of that Gnar because of how fed Nuffy's Rumble got, and as we can see, Rumble getting locked in again. And if this Rumble gets transitioned towards the top side, it's actually not a bad matchup for the Rumble. It's actually it's more of a skill matchup, but it is still Rumble favored, I would say. But here, IDB going to be locking in the Tark once more for their support.
Yeah, they said, hey, these worked out really well for us over the course of Game 3, so we're just going to grab them again. And Bing Chillers, it was banned away from them in that Game 3. They're going to take it this time around. Ashe plus Soraka bottom lane, so that he's going to be an Ashe ADC and not something like an Ashe Varus or an Ashe Caitlyn, with the Ashe playing a more supportive role.
I haven't seen Ashe AD carry in such a long time. I really just don't think she provides as much DPS as other AD carries do with the Kraken Trinity Force build. But she does provide a lot of utility and a lot of crowd control. The Enchanted Crystal Arrow provides a lot of good engage for BCS. And in order to get that optimally, Yasuo going to be banned away. I mean, don't really want to deal with the wind wall that will give Gnar a hard time, or even just negate the Ashe as well. Talia going to be removed, so Technic's not going to be able. Yep, no Technics Talia this time around. Going to be having to transition to something else. So Wukong getting removed.
I'm sure that with the Infinity Edge buffs, Ashe will not be building Trinity Force this game. I understand that, like, when Trinity Force was a mythic item, it was really good on Ashe. You had that on-hit passive that was giving you more attack damage. It was really, really good. But it's just not as good anymore. It's just better to go crit or on-hit. You don't need the damage from Trinity Force. It doesn't do that much for you.
It's not even the,
just stop building it on Ashe.
So it lost a lot of damage because the transition is season 14. Oh, there's a Dr. Mundo lock there. The removal of the threefold strike passive on the Trinity Force really just lost a lot of value for the item itself, and now it's honestly a little more subpar than you really want it to be, even though it says like, oh, I'm this big item with, you know, like a lot of stats. Buy me if you think you can, but it's kind of had a falling out for a lot of champions.
Yeah, that Mundo with the Gnar already locked in, that's just going to be Technic's Mundo in the jungle. They do want to say counter pick for the mid lane, depending on where that Rumble goes, and that's a Kayn locked in. Kayn has been the receiver of quite a few buffs recently towards his red form. They want him to be building more bruisery, more HP and damage, as opposed to just pure assassin builds, what people were calling the purple Kayn. But we'll have to see what Xiao VP wants to do on it this time around. I think it actually is really, really good for red form into Mundo and into the Mega Narcs, especially.
Is the Varus lock in? So it's gonna be a Ziggs mid lane here with the Varus Turek bot. The thing about the red Kayn is that, like, beginning of season 14, you had the blue strongest form at the time, did buffs to red Kayn coming in. And even with the removal of activating items on Q animation, I still think the meta build is lethality red Kayn in this day and age. It's just super strong. Buffs to red Kayn just make it like very impressive once you get that form. And we have an ASOL lock in here for BCS. That's a lot to put on the table for Dr. Phil and Chill.
It's a lot of scaling for the members of Bing Chillers, but it's not a ton of damage. They have great utility with the Ashe, with the Soraka, and with the Aurelion Soul, but the actual damage output that they have is not really high until they hit 3 or 4 items, as opposed to the ID Blastcone side, where they have some early game presence with things like the Rumble, but they're also happy to scale. They're happy to move up into the late game, like Rumble especially, happy to be on that 1-item power spike. Kayn, happy to be left alone in his jungle until he hits that 2 or 3 item spike, until he gets that red form. And Varus, if he goes on hit, wants to get 2 items. It's going to be a lot of scaling this game. I don't think we're going to be seeing a lot of early game action.
Well, the thing with the Kayn is it's not just a bit of a scaling thing. Well, if you're very proactive on this champion, you could transition from sort of a scaly type champion to more of a snowbally one in terms of getting those orbs in combat, as well as getting more gold on yourself. You have really fast clear, which allows you to make opportunities in the map a lot earlier than some of the much of the jungle roster in the game. So if Xiao PP is very proactive on this Kayn and gets things rolling, gets the orbs onto him, it's really gonna be a jungle diff. But we'll have to see how the game goes.
I do want to point out, as we're looking at on our side, the in-client draft, it is going to be Yeetloaf piloting that Ziggs, and Nuffy's back on Rumble duty. I talked about it earlier, the fact that Yeetloaf and Nuffy's will sometimes swap around lanes to get a better matchup or better comfort on particular champions in these matchups. So I wonder if it is going to be the Ziggs top versus this Gnar, or if they do want that Rumble matching up versus that, as opposed to being stuck in lane with the ASOL.
I feel like, I mean, you could do that, not saying you're not allowed to, but Rumble doesn't really have the easiest time getting close to Aurelion Soul, and Ziggs lacks a lot of the mobility in order to survive the longer lane. All he has is the satchel charge, but that is on a very high cooldown early game, especially since he maxes it last.
Yeah.
So against something like the Gnar, he may be in trouble getting run down by the Gnar, and it's going to be easier ganks for Dr. Mundo on the top side if Yeetloaf goes top with this Ziggs. And then again, Aurelion Soul is just going to have a bit of an easier I mean, he already has an easy time into the Ziggs. I mean, it's just a bit of a scaling
wave matchup.
It is a wave clear matchup, absolutely. I mean, Rumble will shove into him more and more, but I mean, ASOL being under his tower, he doesn't mind it. He has the wave clear, he has the damage to just stack up, get the gold, and just scale.
Yeah, we'll have to see how that matchup actually works out, and we'll have to see which lanes match up with which, as we're going to take a short break while we hop onto the rest of Game 4 of ID Blastcone versus Bing Chillers Emerald. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Gripping with my cold hands, the shapes I used to take, hollow like a strong man, but it's easy shadow stretching out. Is it all enough this time? I'm still here. All my reasons cut like knives. Keep replaying in my mind. All the times I've had to fight. I'm still It's in my blood, it's in my veins. I'm still crushing the stake. There is nothing you can take. In my blood, it's in my veins. I'm still here. I'm still here.
Welcome back, everybody. We're here for Game 4 of ID Blastcone versus Big Chiller's Emerald IDB, putting on a hell of a performance in Game 3 and making this a real series, stopping the Chillers season sweep at the very least. Now it's time to see if they can take us to a Game 5 or if Chillers are going to lock in their ticket to finals.
These drafts are really something here, Brittany. I'm excited to see what Chow PP does on this Kane, but Mundo Jungle is something I have not seen since before his rework, when he was that, 1v9 anti-magic damage tank that you saw a lot, where he actually was able to go where he pleases. But I have faith in Technics to be able to get value out of this champion.
Yeah, we'll have to see. This is a Technics, I would call it a Technics special. This is something that he's very comfortable on, and at the very least this time around, he won't be dying level 1, as it does look like it is going to be Meatloaf playing that Ziggs in the mid lane, and it is going to be Nuffies on the top side of the map versus this Gnar. It's kind of the matchup we expected. Wave Clear versus Wave Clear mid lane, and Nuffies looking to be a little bit more aggressive versus the Gnar.
Yeah, we're not coin flipping at game level 1 like last time, right, guys?
Not this time around. Nuffies will not be given a free first blood. Technics will not give over a free first blood, and we're going to start the game off nice and simple and quiet. Both junglers just starting on their red quadrants. Kane doing his usual Raptor clear, and Mundo just happy to farm away on his red buff.
Absolutely here. Honestly, mid lane, I'm not expecting many things to happen whatsoever in the laning phase. I'm expecting things to start turning once we're starting to get into more of our team fight escapades here. As you can see, bot lane, it's going to be easy shove, double range versus range in melee. Ballista and T-Light's just going to be fighting for level 2. Soraka honestly has a lot of deceptive poke. If you really get hit by those Qs, it's going to be very painful for you.
Yeah, it's sort of deceptive in the way of, like, if T-Light takes any damage in the trade back, the Q will heal him up again and make the health disparity that you take from the poke more than you would initially expect, even if the damage itself on the Q isn't super high. Soraka is one of my personal favorite supports to play. I really enjoy laning phases with her, but at the same time, it's just like, it's not always a Soraka game. Sometimes you have to be the Nautilus or the Thresh where you have to be playing engaged for your team. So I'm interested to see how T-Lights does in this game.
Yep. Here we are. Just pressing Q, holding it down.
Yep.
Not much else to say there. T-Light's taking a bit of damage, but just playing the bushes well, just to minimize the amount of poke that he's taking. He is playing Soraka.
As long as he lands those abilities on the opponents, he will be able to sustain himself back up, but definitely want to reserve some of that for your AD carry. We see Technics here finishing up his clear path towards the bot side. Probably going to opt for this Scuttle Crab at first. And Zhao PP going to be towards the top side as well. So both junglers starting opposite of each other. Level 3 is going to hit.
Yeah, I think this is pretty much exactly what we were expecting. A pretty quiet early game, no real heavy action until we start seeing some more items come online. Goatlista actually pretty low on mana going for this poke as maybe pulling a little bit of a bait. Tries to get that silence down, does land the root. Default skin not able to flash away thanks to that silence. They're gonna burn that flash out of him now. Do they have the damage? They don't have the autos. Default skin is gonna survive by the skin of his teeth.
Goatlista
flash forced out.
Good gang getting the summoner spell out. Unfortunately, Goatlista wasn't able to proc the full lethal tempo stacks to get the extended range. I'm thinking maybe if Goatlista committed his ghost, they could have actually gone for a kill under that tower, but honestly, playing it safe, I like the decision that they made, not taking too many risks to try and flip the game this early. So just, you know, taking the small little advantages that they're getting and making do.
Yeah, I mean, you're happy to just take a free flash. It's like every time we pan up to this top lane, I feel like we're just seeing Super Chase continue to get roasted. This is sort of the advantage of Rumble in the early game. He's got the Comet, he's got the Scorch, he has Ignite. This champion always has kill threat before you start getting some real magic resist in your inventory. So Super Chase being forced to play very, very cautiously up against what I would say is a very different lane opponent than he has been over the course of this series. Yeboth and Nuffies are swapping up the roles this time around. Yeboth playing that consistent mid lane mage and Nuffies playing that top lane carry.
Different matchup as well here. Stun gonna come out, but not very healthy for the bot lane of IDB to actually capitalize on that stun. But yeah, as I was saying before on the top side, as we see Chow PP taking away those grubs with the help of Nuffies, very different top lane matchup. Very stat checky champion. Rumble is not very many champions in the game that actually are able to fight his early game push. That's why you've been seeing Udyr a lot in pro play, because he's just like one of the few, if not one of the only champions that actually stat checks Rumble level 1 to 5. With the Phoenix stance max with another point in the turtle. But there we go, 3 grubs over to the side of IDB. Now we got Technics looking over for this first Infernal Drake. Probably gonna just trade objectives here. BCS gonna get a dragon.
Yeah, and the early Infernal Dragon is really good for this being Chiller's composition. Pretty much all of their members happy to have some extra offensive stats in their inventory. Even the Soraka, the extra AP allowing her to heal that little bit more effectively, heal herself a little bit more as well off of those Qs, get a little bit more poking. It's just really good to have, and I'm sometimes cautious about how good the early game grubs can be for each of these teams, and depending on how much lane pressure and lane domination they can actually get and how often they can really be hitting the tower, the grubs can end up being not super useful, as Super Chase is actually in trouble here. Doesn't have that pop now, but he does have the tier 2 boots, so you should be able to kite this one out a little bit. Nuffies did not have the equalizer available for that trade, but did have Ignite if he wanted to look for anything more serious.
I think that, I mean, he was fine there because Nuffies overheated. All he could do is chase him down with others. I think Merc Treads are okay. However, you don't really, in my honest opinion, playing this game, you don't really buy Merc Treads for the magic resist. You buy them for the minigame. As I see this,
Super Chase for the minions, tank the rock for Nuffies. He throws up a couple of emotes. He's feeling good about that one, but he might have actually been a little bit too overstepped. He's got that shield on. He's gonna be able to survive for a little bit longer. Doesn't even have to lose his flash. Wow, steel gut on Nuffies, not flinching in the face of danger.
That was so unfortunate. Super Chase almost had a solo kill to his name there. It looked so good for him, but that one minion that just got in the way of things, able to save Nuffies out. Very patient with the summoner spells, knew he was a-okay. However, it is going to allow Super Chase to crash about 2 waves in, and Nuffies doesn't have TP, and he's taking the Ignite to try and get more of 1v1 pressure. So Super Chase, honestly, gonna be up in about actually he was a bit down in CS, but he's gonna be up, trying to even out the gold, be up a little bit in XP now.
Yeah, he should be able to even out that CS disparity now with the wave that he's got pushing into him. It's going to be difficult for Nuffy's to actually get control of that without his own ultimate, as Cleanse Burn from all pushing the level 6 from that Enchanted Crystal Arrow. Goatlista does enough damage on this Ashe to be a threat. We'll take a free cleanse, as the next time that Enchanted Crystal Arrow is up, you know that cleanse will not be available.
Alright, very good damage coming out of the bot side. Gucci, all Gucci, not very Gucci. He's below half HP. However, he did hit level 6, but default skin now hits level 6 as well. So no threat of a dive coming in, especially since Technic is only on his blue buff at the moment.
Super Chase, maybe looking for something here again. The tower not in range to hit Nuffy's. Again, Super Chase millimeters away from potentially finding a solo kill, but the game denies him one more time.
Oh dear lord, has to back off. He knows that the jungler is on the enemy on IDB is topside. He's gonna have to back off and sack this wave. Doesn't have the mega form to outplay this dive. Gonna be losing a plate and some waves in the process.
Yeah, there's that ultimate on the bottom side. Chains of Corruption doing plenty of damage to T-Lights. Has to lose his own flash and heal. Default scan hanging up with that Cosmic Radiance. They have Technics down here, actually. This could very well be a dive for Bing Chillers. All Lucian Default Scan don't have a lot of mana, no ultimates available. They do have their flashes. I think if they're going to walk away, it's got to be soon, but they have Default rotating down, maybe looking for a little bit of counterplay as Goatlista still wants to continue the play on the bottom side, but the team is just not here yet. The same is going to come through from Terra for a little bit. Goatlista takes a tower shot, and I think with the members splitting off with Zhao PP on the way, they're going to call off the dive.
Yeah, the timing there was just a little too tight. They had to move fast, but unfortunately not fast enough. The rotation from Heatloaf and Zhao PP, well, only the rotation of Heatloaf really kind of shrugged them off, and now Zhao PP is here for coming in with a gank, flashless Soraka, but you know, just gonna sit back, not really gonna make anything out of this here.
Yeah, nice little double silence there from T-Lights, making sure that there was no potential. Flash engage from default skins, not able to look for anything on to go. Lista just forced to sit in that silence and say, damn, that would have been a really good gank if we could have played it out.
And the unfortunate thing about this Kayn is I see, oh my goodness.
Mega Gnar into the wall. This might be the fight that Super Chase was finally looking for. He's been looking for these over and over again, and he's so close to finding a lethal, but Nuffy's again just has... I'm trying to find a way to say without saying balls of steel, but the man has iron willpower. No flashes burn, no ignite burn. He's not afraid of any of these exchanges. He's just feeling confident.
Absolutely not. I mean, Nuffy is just eating the damage and taking it like a man at the moment. I want to point out something about Zhao PP on this Kayn. He hasn't really been as proactive as I hope he'd be. It's already been about 11 minutes. I don't think he has that many orbs to his name, especially with the Conquer setup if he's trying to play for a red Kayn. It's a little bit iffy here. Maybe, oh, he's going to be getting a gank now.
He's going to try and get a little bit more damage onto Super Chase, but with him showing on the top side, that's going to be a second dragon over to Bing Chillers, and with how good of the scaling composition they have, getting closer to this Hextech Soul feels really, really nice for this comp.
Absolutely. A-Soul with Hextech Soul, Ashe with Hextech Soul, gonna be pretty scary here to play against. They're gonna be trading it out. 6 grubs for 2 dragons. Not a bad trade here. This is a lot slower pace of game, Brittany, than the last 3 games that we've seen.
Yeah, I think Bing Chillers were having a little bit too much fun with the last game, and ID Blastcone were playing very, very well, so it did end up just being very one-sided. But now with the real thought of, oh, hey, we can actually lose this series. We could potentially, like, get knocked out of finals here. Bing Chillers has sort of, like, sat back down in their seats. They're not too busy celebrating too early. They're just saying, hey, time to focus on time to get serious. We've got to play this series like it matters. And, of course, it does. They're getting to finals if they do win, but ID Blastcone, none of them want to be the ones making a mistake that could potentially get them knocked out. Nobody wants to be the member that, like, makes the play that really, like, you feel like loses you the game. So I think everybody here is just playing very, very cautiously. Nobody wants to be that one guy that loses you a series.
Yep, just trying to play to their strengths. Obviously, both teams just want to kind of fight when they're all like fully confident in their ability to win a fight. Essentially, right now things are just kind of relaxed. There's no items on the side of IDB just yet. The Rylai's and the Heartsteel are actually finished for Dr. Chill and Technics respectively, and then a little bit more damage coming out. Goat Lista. I mean, Gucci, you don't have your support near you. The ghost is actually going to be popped. I think they spotted Chow PP on a ward.
Yeah, I think they were expecting the Kane to come in, and Goat Lista just wants to burn that ghost early. It lasts for 15 damn seconds, so you could burn it really early and still have that safety for so long. It really just dissuades the gank from Xiao Pi. But now they know that Summoner Spell isn't up, so there's a potential now for Xiao PP or for Yeetloaf to roam down and try and make a play happen.
And now we sit back and farm again.
Yeah, it's a very slow game. No first blood at 14 minutes is a very, very slow game for the Aegis Executioners League. And not that there haven't been attempts, there were some very scrappy trades on the bottom side, and Super Chases continue to look for solo kills here on the top side. But
I mean,
again, like I said, nobody wants to be the one to lose it, as Yeetloaf is forced to flash in the mid lane. But again, just hanging on to that flash, able to use it for safety. And like I said, nobody wants to be the person who makes a kind of play that starts a snowball that loses your team this series, or especially even for the team that's winning, nobody wants to be the one that sets you behind and puts you into a game 5, as Technics might have finally found his opportunity here on the top side. Nuppies loses his flash, but it's all for naught. Technics on the Mundo will find first blood.
All the CC missed, but the slow hits, that's all we need. We just need one little bit of soft CC, and we will ignore the rest, because first blood to Technics, the Heartsteel proc, gonna get things going. It does feel good on the Mundo. Honestly, he is less of a tank now, more of a bruiser, in the sense that he does build a Heartsteel into Titanic Hydra, and that build honestly does so much damage, especially if you have the Heartsteel stacked up. The Chain of Corruption though.
Oh, Chains of Corruption, the Mega Inferno Bomb as well. They might have found Goat Lista, the healing coming through. T-Light's burning all the healing to try and keep his AD carry alive, but the Ignite just does that little bit better.
Now
Summoner's burned, but it's Goat Lista falling.
And that's the cost of not having Ghost there, unfortunately. Goat Lista popping that Ghost super early and beforehand, just wasn't able to kite away from the Varus and just got honestly comboed by Yeetloaf and just got run down.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised that Ash did opt for Ghost in this game as opposed to Cleanse. I think with the CC of this bottom lane, and with all the follow-up that the rest of IDB has, with a Rumble ulti, with a Ziggs ulti, Cleanse almost feels like a necessity. I'm hoping to at least see, if not a QSS for Goat Lista, a Mercurial for Mikhail's for T-Lights, just to try and keep this Ashe alive, because I think without it, if one Chains of Corruption lands onto this Ashe, she will just die.
Well, I think the option now is for T-Lights to opt for Mikhail's Blessing later, as the arrow.
Of course, they find the slow on a default skin. It's 3 versus 3 down here. There's that Cosmic Radiance. It finds the bit of sustain on in the backline, but now Xiao PP alone here. There's that Sky's Descent. It gets the knockout onto the whole team. Yeetloaf has teleported in, but he might have teleported in a little too far, but it's Technics actually the one who falls. T-Lights is next. The teleport's coming through from Super Chase, but he has no rage stacked up, no Mega available. He's flashing away to try and find some damage on the Yeetloaf, but it's just too far. No, Lista is gonna fall into the minefield of Yeetloaf. It looked great for Big Chillers at the start, but IDB clean up harder.
That was such a disaster. The moment they see the Cosmic Radius pop, I feel like BCS just back off instantly, wait for the entire duration, and then potentially re-engage with Gnar teleport. But as you said before, Super Chase with a bad teleport had no rage on that champion, so he just teleported down as a minion.
Yeah, Mini Gnar does not get that much done, unfortunately. I think just burning the Ashe ult into the one with Cleanse, as much as it sucks, you kind of just have to throw the Ashe ult at the Taric there, try and burst him down before his ult comes down. You know that Gucci has Cleanse. You haven't seen him use it for over 3 minutes. You know he has it available to him. You have to just take the pick that you can get, throw your damage into the Taric, burst him down before he gets his ult off, and then look for the fight afterwards. Even potentially turning around onto Xiao PP, who was outside the Cosmic Radiance when he was in that Humble Trespass. They could have potentially looked for something there, but they opted to try and keep the fight going, and ID Blastcone just like I said, cleaned up that fight hard.
I think the option for BCS there is that they wanted to look for an opportunity before the dragon spawn, because fighting in the river against Rumble and this entire composition from IDB is a death sentence for them. So they wanted to find something a little early before being forced to fight in that river where they know that they're at a disadvantage. So just wanted to pull the trigger on someone as soon as possible. Obviously, maybe they could have played it a little more patiently, found a better target since Varus has that cleanse off cooldown. But as we saw things turn out, just 5 kills over to the side of IDB. It's just going to put them super far ahead.
Goes wide onto all Gucci. Can't find the CC there, so Technic's not able to find the follow-up gank. They are just going to pop the Rift Herald in the bottom lane. We see Golista doing a little driving. He will get into the turret. That's first turret down in favor of Bang Chillers, and it will even up the gold score now at the 19 or 20 minute mark.
Yeah, 5 kills over to the side of IDB, but it is split amongst 5 members. Funnily enough, each player on the side of IDB has 1 kill, so the goal lead isn't too substantial onto one person, onto one singular carry. Nothing to worry about too much. It's just a little bit split across the board, but now with that first turret gold going over to BCS, it's gonna be evened out, as you said. Game state is still quite stable, matter of fact here.
Yeah, despite the lead in gold being about like 500, 600 in favor of ID Blastcone, after a 5-1 kill score and 6 scrubs to 0, you certainly would hope that they would have a bigger lead, but this is what I was talking about earlier with how much effectiveness the grubs can actually get you. Super Chase, maybe he's looking for a kill here. He's gonna force that flash out of Nuffies. He has an arm to the wall. Oh, the damage, the wish! Soraka from downtown keeps Super Chase alive, and he finally finds his quote-unquote solo kill.
That great communication. He knew he wanted to make a play, so he communicates to T-Lights that, hey, I'm gonna go for this. You have ult me when necessary. So great play coming in. Nuffy's fighting off a little more than he could chew. Got a little cocky there under tower, not really respecting the global ultimate healing from the Soraka, so it does just cost him.
I mean, he had anti-heal on it during that fight. He has not finished Umbrella, but he
burned Ignite. I mean, he burned Ignite as well, pretty, so
yeah,
it doesn't really overlap.
He had all forms of anti-heal onto this Gnar to deal with the Soraka ult, but as it turns out, 40% Grievous is not 100%, and Soraka ult will still keep your teammates alive, even if they are anti-healed.
Yeah, absolutely. I remember when Soraka, there was that little stint where Soraka ult used to cleanse Grievous wounds. I think that was a little too strong.
I think, like, 2 patches they were like, yeah, you know, Grievous was trying to like tune down how powerful it is.
That was when
Super Chase. As that Gnar again, actually.
Oh, no, you're
not expecting the cooldown. You mentioned it last game. That Gnar gold cooldown deceptively low, and Super Chase finds his actual solo kill finally.
How dare you, Nuffies, disrespecting Super Chase, turning into Mega Gnar. Chow PP trying to chase him down, finally has the Rasp on hand, so got the power spike in the form. It should just kind of...
He's got Black Cleaver, he's got anti-heal, he's got the Warden's Mail as well. I don't think there's a big chance for Super Chase to get out of this one. Chow PP will get revenge for his top laner, but it feels like just a consolation prize, honestly, for how strong Nuffies was in Game 3. This kind of a performance is not what we were expecting in Game 4.
All Super Chase needs is Kanik Rookin, and then he's golden for the rest of the game.
I mean, pretty much. It will depend on whether he actually builds it, because he might want something like Hexdrinker instead. I know a lot of these top lane bruisers do really love Mama Mortius, despite how good Kanik Rooker is.
I think Kanik is better on a champion like Gnar, who wants to like go in more so rather than just build like AD. He's not playing someone like Aatrox or Renekton who needs the damage. Gnar is a more of a CC type champion, even though he does a lot of damage. He's trying to play to just stun them up, but as we see here, Chow PP
may be caught out. The Rumble ult is putting in a lot of work here. That Cosmic Rain is doing a lot of work as well. The CC comes through. Bing Chillers were looking good, but now they're getting roasted alive. Super Chase does find one, and Dr. Philchill will find a second, as it's a flash forward from all Gucci trying to find the Aesol there, but he's already flying downtown. It's 2 for 3 in favor of IDB, and they're going to look to take the dragon as well.
All Gucci hit a 3-man chain of corruption. That was just amazing there. They couldn't move. They were just stopped in their tracks. Dr. Phil and Chill is lucky to be alive because he has the flash up. But Goatlista was the first primary target, wasn't able to move, just instantly got shut down. T-Lights, a Squishy, doesn't have the wish on hand. Actually, I think he did, but like he just burned through it, honestly. But
Yeah.
great ultimate from all Gucci, just huge team fight as well. They thought they caught Chow PP, but he is quite tanky on this Red Cane here. Oh, look at that Frozen Heart second coming through.
I think it's a great call. You have a lot of auto attackers between Super Chase Technics and Goatlista, so the Frozen Heart will get a lot of value. I think Randuin's could have been an option as well, but with only Goatlista truly being the critical carry here, Frozen Heart just does that a little bit better, despite all the nerfs that Riot has thrown at it. And Goatlista, I think he heard our prayers on broadcast. He's going what looks like Infinity Edge second here on the Ashe. If it was on the Jinx, it'd be a little better, but hey, you know what? A win is a win. We'll take that.
Something that you pointed out about Nuffies is itemizing the Grievous Wounds, which is good because also Chow PP is itemizing it as well into their Soraka composition. But I feel like BCS need to itemize it as well because this Red Cane sustain as well, included with the Taric, is going to be a nightmare to deal with. If you have no Grievous Wounds, you're not really going to out-sustain that as well if you don't have Grievous Wounds on your end while the enemy team has theirs.
Yeah, there has to be a certain amount of respect paid to the sustain of Red Cane.
Nuffies.
Sustain of Tarek, like you said, is Nuffies potentially caught out, but he might actually just be baiting for Super Chase. The Chow PP is here, gets the knockup, but with Super Chase having crunched over, he's already pretty safe in terms of the spacing, so he's just going to be able to walk out under tower, and I don't think you want to get too close to Inar's tower when he's got his ultimate up and available.
Nuffies can't even match Super Chase at this point. Super Chase is up 2 levels now. Level 15 to level 13. Yordle on Yordle action. And even though they're even in items, it's just the strength of this Gnar later into the game. You're gonna see him become more and more just tanky. The mini Gnar is just actually kind of a nightmare to deal with on this Rumble without the equalizer up. As long as you just dodge those electro harpoons, you're just golden.
Yeah, a lot of people, I think, forget sort of that those electro harpoons do shred magic resist and make you so squishy in the face of this Rumble. So the fact that Super Chase is dodging out a lot of them is really good for his trade patterns. It makes him so much healthier versus this Rumble. I am a little worried about the lack of magic resist he has in inventory, as it looks like a potential Sterax third item here, just for a little bit of extra HP and tenacity. I don't hate that, but I wonder when he's going to start opting into a little bit of magic resist as he's up against a lot of AP in the solo lanes, and even some magic damage from all Gucci, who's going to be opting for not only the Ginsus to get those extra on hits, but also what looks like the Wit's End third item.
So right now, Nuffies with his build doesn't have as much damage as he would if he went Shadow Flame second. Since he went Morellonomicon and he's sitting on that Blinding Jewel, it's going to be hindering a lot of his burst. Compared to if he went that Shadow Flame second, he's going Morellonomicon for more of a utility-based build. Morellonomicon lost its bonus magic penetration from last season.
Thank goodness.
Yeah, I mean, the item's still not a very good item in my personal opinion, but also another thing is that now that this, I was gonna say the 6 doesn't really do as much damage until 3 items, but he's got the Horizon Focus finish, so once the Sterax is finished, I wouldn't be surprised if we opt for either a Canic or a Spirit Visage. I think Spirit Visage is actually very good because it synergizes with his Sterax gauge.
Yeah, synergizing with the Sterax gauge alongside synergizing with Soraka, because it's not just heals and shields that you give to yourself, it's just any and all incoming heals and shields. So it works the same as the Rune Revitalize, so I think if you have like any sort of enchanter on your team and you're looking at that last row of the green tree and you're like, I don't really need the extra HP from Overgrowth, and Unflinching just kind of sucks now. I don't really know what I should take if I just want like Overgrowth. You look at Revitalize and you're like, hey, extra healing and shielding. I have an enchanter on my team. That's pretty good.
Absolutely. Like, I'll take a champion like Renekton, for example, that I've seen a lot of pro players building him. They go the Eclipse item first. Solo queue, you usually see people go Black Cleaver second, and they kind of autopilot it. But in pro play, if there's not very tanky champions, they go Sterax second, and then straight into Spirit Visage to just be that huge, like, ultimate bruiser here. Technic's taking a lot of damage though.
Be careful here. He's gonna pop that ulti to try and get himself out. The equalizer doesn't find a lot of value here. It's just trying to burn down Technics, but the sustain comes through. This Muno's so damn tanky. You can't burst through him. Nuffy's now forced to be on the retreat. A super chase is coming in for the teleport. There's that Sky's Descent. It finds the slow onto all the members. Default skin trying to get that cosmic radiance sounds onto all 5 members. Now Chow PP forcing the flash out of Goat Lista. All Gucci forced to flash away. Super chase forced to flash away. Flash is burnt for every switch way, but nobody dies. Everybody survives.
Now the knockup on the Sky's Descent didn't hit, but the AoE damage did. There was so much coming out, and a lot of summoner spells burnt as well. I think BCS played that team fight a little bit better, not actually super overcommitting towards the Cosmic Radiance default skin. Gonna have to flash there.
And realize from the ASOL connected, so which means you kind of just have to lose that summoner.
I think ASOL is online at this point.
For Chase, nice dodge out from that knock up. But yeah, ASOL is at 3 items. He's been farming really well. We haven't had a lot of time to talk about the mid lane.
295
Stardust at 29 minutes with 290 farm, 10 CS a minute. He's getting the stacks. He's getting money. As it's actually Ivy Blastcone starting up this Baron, and Nuffy's looking for some burst on the backline. Technics is just dead, and so is Super Chase. The AoE damage coming out is huge, with no jungler to speak of. This looks like this Baron is just in favor of ID Blastcone. What the hell just happened?
This is such a smart play from IDB. They know that BCS has to recall after the dragon since they didn't have the health bar, so after recalling in that mid fight, they just gun straight for the Baron, and BCS has to back, so they don't have really a timer to contest without really trying to face checking the jungle there, and which they did. Nuffy's kind of just sat in that one bush that wasn't warded and just is able to easily take down 2 members, one of them being the jungler. And that was what BCS was kind of afraid of. And that's why they kind of rushed in through that top side, but they weren't really careful enough about it. So they were able to get a Baron and convert 2 kills off of it.
Yeah, I mean, it's really surprising to see Nuffy's be that effective, but it's important to mention this Rumble is level 16. He's got 3 items in inventory. One of them is the Morello. It's not the most effective item in the game, but it's still 3 completed items. It's still a lot of damage coming through for this character, and Rumble's ultimate, the Equalizer, is truly unequal in how good it is for his team and how bad it is for the enemy team.
Absolutely. Now this mid lane turret is gonna fall, pushing in with these Baron minions as well as the little grubby 6 grubs for IDB. As we see, we're getting a lot of value out of it. However, see a lot of damage onto this inhib turret, but Dr. Phil and Chill able to clear out these waves, but is able to just blast this turret.
Yeah,
oh,
Super Blast is up. Oh, the CC comes through. Super Chase, I think we're just super dead, my friend. Nuffy's finds that last hit Equalizer, just roasting that particular man. T-Lights were to flash away from the Mega Inferno Bomb as well. And what looks like a fairly back and forth game is suddenly just entirely in favor of Ivy Blastcone, as they're going to dive on a T-Lights and pick him up too. Just a free Soraka at the end of it. They want to keep this push going. They have 6 grubs. They have Baroned up minions. They're going to look to try and end the game. Force the flash out of Dr. Phil and Chill. First Nexus Tower is the target. Default skin having to just tank it up with the Taric healing. The Satchel Charge doesn't even have to go off. They just kill that turret. Go List to try to get these autos down. Try to deliver some damage. There's 1 from Dr. Phil and Chill. There's 2. This might be the punish. All Gucci's down. It's a triple for the ASOL. He's got to be careful though. Very low on HP. Nuffy's wants to find him, but he will not be able to. It's Goat Lista finding their first kill of the game. They lose their second Nexus turret as Yeetlo goes on a rampage as well. No, the slows. It's a double kill for the Ziggs in the mid lane.
Super Chase looking for an opportunity there, but I don't know why you have any reason to make a play when you have Baron minions sieging your base. Honestly, it's just way too risky at this point. The waves are too fat and they're too durable. The only one that could really kind of clear them out is this Aurelion Sol, but he's already getting poked out under this tower. The objective sieging from IDB is just way too intense. There's no angle whatsoever to just try to just jump in right in front of their faces and try to make a play there.
It is the real weakness of this Bing Chiller's comp that they don't have a lot of wave clear outside of the Aurelion Sol. Ashe doesn't have a lot of super good wave clear tools in her kit. Gnar, like, as long as he can hit the wave, he can, but when he goes Mega, he wants to look for an engage. He has to manage that rage properly, and Technics is playing Mundo, who isn't exactly known for his wave clearing ability without a Titanic Hydra, so it is entirely on Dr. Villainchill to be able to take care of these minions. And what does Baron buff do to the minions? It makes them very difficult to kill with magic damage.
Now, this last strike is going to be spawning. It is solo point in favor of BCS here. Technics is going to be able to get this Scuttle Crab, get some vision here, but Chow PP as well as his bot lane is able to come in and try to help him clear some vision. Oh, Meganar is already popped.
Yeah, Super Chase already Mega. If they're going to look for something, it has to be now, but it's just going to run out as all Gucci is going to throw some autos into that mini Gnar. He has to wait quite a long time for that sleepiness to wear off so he can go back to being angry.
I see no reason to fight this Drake if you're BCS here. You're in such a bad position right now. You don't have Gnar on the with any rage whatsoever. Super Chase kind of has
now.
Yeah. But he doesn't have enough to build it for this fight here. The dragon is
flying in. He's got the Sky's Descent. They've got the damage. They picked off the tear. Chow PP in the backline trying to get some damage done. There's that equalizer, but the redemption keeps the members sustained. It will be the dragon taken by ID Blastcone, but now they have to try and disengage. They have to try and get out. Super Chase is over the wall. A great cancel from Chow PP outside of the pit, but Old Gucci might be caught anyway. Technics is on top of him. A nice knockout again for Chow PP. Finds two, but Super Chase has the super ult. Isn't enough though? Old Gucci has already found their jungler. Super Chase forced to run away. T-Lite so low. Goldista super low on HP. No Mega Inferno Bomb available just yet. Goldista forced to run away. Dr. Villainchill trying to zone off Chow PP. And they found one kill. That's nice for being chillers, but it's the dragon and a kill for ID Blastcone.
again, you don't have Mega on the Gnar, which is one of your most crucial team fight members. The rage matchup for Super Chase on this champion has not really been the greatest from these last few games I've seen on this champion. And with the Gnar and like Perma and Mini for the duration of them hitting Drake, I don't really see a reason why you would kind of contest it. Because now IDB is at soul point on their own. They have 3 Hextech Drakes and they traded off with a kill on a Yark jungler, even though you get a kill on theirs. It's more worth for IDB given the stance of this game and given the state of your base.
Yeah, I mean, this game, I think at this point, if IDB want to win, they have to kill Dr. Villainchill, or at the very least give him out of the fight in some way. We saw Zhao PP forcing that zombies out of him and getting a knockup perfectly timed out of it onto 2 members. They didn't get the kill on him, but it's just negating the effectiveness of this Aurelian Soul is what matters. That's what's important is Yeetloaf with that Horizon focus will get some vision down onto Technics and the rest of the members. There's no Blastcone available, so Technics can't walk through here to look for a steal. He has to walk through the AoE. There's the Starfall down onto default skin. They're going to force that flash out of the Taric. But oh my god, no, this is just dead. Technics should be the next to blow. He's just going to get bursted down. The on-hit Varus is great at shredding tanks. And now it's a 3v5 for the Baron, or maybe even just the bases. It looks like ID Blastcone saying, damn the Baron, that's an open Nexus, and you don't have enough members to defend. Super Chase has that Mega, is maybe going to look for something. He finds 3 into the wall, but there's no team follow-up. There's no extra damage. You can't solo carry the game. Dr. Villainchill trying to keep Zhao PP away. All Gucci's just going to throw some autos down on him. T-Light's doing his best to keep his mid laner sustained, but he will die for his sins. And you know the song well. ID Blastcone are going to take us to game 5. Throw on the Silver Scrapes.
That's Nexus down. Well played from the side of ID Blastcone there. Honestly, Yeetloaf just able to output so much poke damage on the Ziggs. You see the value of the champion coming to light here. You literally in that last fight towards the Baron, Goldista just got bombarded from a distance. Wasn't able to do anything whatsoever. And I mean, Dr. Villainchill got as strong as he possibly could, but with how tanky the front line was from the side of IDB, this Kayn was building into a Kayn of Rooker, and as you can see on that that Negatron cloak he has in his inventory, there's no way he's just trying to get him through. All Kayn has to do is hit one Blade's reach onto him, knock him up, and then the team can follow. Great gameplay from both sides, but IDB able to come out on top and tie this series up. We're going to the finals game.
Yeah, I thought for sure off of how the top lane was going, Super Chase was just having a dominating performance versus Nuffies. He was finding potential solo kills, getting so close to finding kills throughout the course of that laning phase. Nuffies, it felt like, was so neutered on this pick, but he hit level 16. He was able to hit a couple of great ultis, and like you said, Hilo on this Ziggs was untouchable in the backline, just throwing out so many bombs. 7, 0, and 10. 17 out of 21 KP. I don't know what percentage that is, but I can tell you it's damn high. That man was outputting the numbers, outputting the work, and it's going to take his team to game 5 here. It all comes down to this, a best of 1 to lock in that first finals spot. We're going to take a short break while we get the draft ready for game number 5. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everybody. We're here for game 5 of the semifinals. It's Bing Chili's Emerald. It's ID Blastcone. It's been a hell of a back and forth series. ID Blastcone on the verge of a reverse sweep after Bing Chili's showed a dominating performance in the first 2 games. They've kind of fallen apart and are looking to try and seal the deal. Again, lock that ticket into finals, but ID Blastcone are not giving up without a fight.
Yep, now it all comes down to this, Brittany. We see some very similar bans coming out once again. Nothing too surprising. Ivor and Maokai. The Rek'Sai is going to be removed as well as the Scraggius Bing Killers. Gonna actually opt to, I mean, they've been banning the Seraphine for quite a while, but they're gonna actually opt to ban this Tark out. Finally, the Tark has been getting so much insane value default skin, just showing the strength of this champion against these certain compositions.
Yeah, I like the Tarek ban. It's going to force ID Blastcone to either ban the Seraphine or give it up to Bing Chillers in that first pick. And if they don't ban away the Seraphine, they're leaving open one of those other picks that they had opted for in the last couple of games. They're going to opt for the Nico instead, and Bing Chillers say, hey, you left open one of the highest win rate characters in all of the AEL, and they're just going to snap it up instantly.
Yep, Seraphine going to be locked in now. Pretty much, I believe it's going to be for Goat Lista here. ID
It
Blastcone.
could be T-Lights, it could be Dr. Phil and Chill. We won't know until later on in the draft, but
I mean, Seraphine.
it's just good.
I mean, Seraphine APC definitely it is flexible, but Seraphine APC definitely her strongest position at the moment. Even with the buffs to support, you still see Seraphine bot lane just like Airy just being played so much more. The snake's gonna be locked in once again. Believe that's gonna go over to Yeetloaf this time around. He was just so effective on that champion, brought out so much value, landing those spells and playing just great zone control on the Ziggs.
Yeah, I mean, the Ziggs was a hell of a carry performance for Yeetloaf, and it could also go into the hands of all Gucci if it ends up being Seraphine in the bottom lane. They have that flexibility of the red side to get that final counter pick. They can really decide the pace of the draft as they're going to grab the Wukong for Zhao PP, who had a decent performance on it in that game 3, I believe it was, where he looked so good on it with the Cyclones, with that Yasuo, and now it's on Bing Chillers to try and respond. And man, game 5s are always tough to try and predict because each series has its own little miniature meta that it sort of comes out to, like the Ziggs pick, the A-Souls that we've been seeing as well for the Bing Chillers. The Jinx that has been so prevalent in those first couple of games has kind of fallen off, but now is back. And it looks like that will go into the hands of Goatlista. So it's either Dr. Phil and Chill or T-Lights who get the Seraphine. But in the meantime, Zach has slipped his way through the pick and ban. So Big Chiller's happy to grab that one up.
Zach, honestly, pretty solid champion overall, primary in the jungle. But I have seen the Zach in the top side as well. It's not a very uncommon. It's got great sustain, but being played in the jungle, which is probably most likely where it's going to, you have great engage options, great gank opportunities from afar, and you're just this huge tank that is incredibly difficult to deal with. Janna gonna be locked in for ID Blastcone now to mitigate that engage from the Zac, trying to, you know, protect the Ziggs as well as any other backline champion that they potentially want to pick for themselves.
Yeah, depending on where they think the Ziggs is going to go, if it's going to be either bot or into those hands, there is a lot of potential bans here for Bing Chillers. They could just try and ban out top laner. I think Rumble has to be a ban. You cannot let Nuffies have that one again. And Bing Chillers fully agree. And this time, there won't be a Gnar either for Super Chase. So Super Chase is going to be forced on to one of their other picks as well. Got a pretty interesting draft here. Oh man, again, game 5s, they always get to be so tight. This is going to be such an interesting, like 4-5 for both sides. Is that Ziggs going to go to the bottom side? Is it going to be stuck in mid with Yeetloaf again? Or are we going to see a normal AD carry? Are Bing Chillers going to like ban away the Varus that has been all Gucci's go-to for most of the series?
It's the Lulu going to be taken away as well as the Yasuo here. Okay. Taking away the Lulu in case they're flexing the Seraphine to the mid, because Lulu, really great amplifier enchanter for the Jinx, as well as any other just hyper carry ADC. The Yasuo was like Bing Chillers didn't want to deal with it last time they saw Yeetloaf on it. It was pretty menacing to deal with towards the mid to late game. They didn't really draft it. There's the champion that I wanted to talk about that probably also benefited from the Infinity Edge buffs. Aphelios coming out here, but not really commonly picked with a Janna support. You usually see him with someone that likes peeling for him and is a bit tankier, such as the Thresh or the Tahm Kench. But I like the direction they're going with the Aphelios. Super hyper late game carry. Scales incredibly well with item spikes. Incredible team fight as long as you have the right rotation of weapons at hand. Ahri going to be locked in now for Big Chillers.
I like this Ahri for Dr. Phil and Chill. I think it's just a champion that he's comfortable on, and given how the performances have been over the course of this series, I think what each team needs right now is comfort. So this Aphelios, I'll be real, it's a little scary to me, not only because of the elo we're in, maybe not the most proficient Aphelios players, but also it's something we haven't seen all Gucci pick up over the course of the series. That Varus was still available for him, and I think I would have really liked to see that, but now Bing Chillers, with their full composition now, that Ornn locked in, which means Zac in mid lane, Seraphine in support. What do ID Blastcone have in this top lane for this 5th pick? What is Nuffies going to grab that's gonna pick this game up?
Get a little bit more follow-up for this Wukong here in order to do that. And there it is, the Yone locked in now for the top side matchup. I mean, realistically, the Yone is not going to be solo killing the Ornn unless the Ornn plays like a bot. But the Yone is going to be providing a lot of follow-up on this Wukong Cyclone with his Fate Seal as well as his Q3, as well as his Q stacking and the long-range engage from the Soul Unbound. The Aphelios is the cherry on top of everything. It just provides that much damage here. And it was a champion I was hoping to see in these matches, even though it does require a little bit more mechanics, as you don't have the mobility and you need a little bit more knowledge on the champion in order to perform on it. It's just something I hope to see in this game, see how well he performs with the item buffs on hand. He is known as an avid Infinity Edge buyer.
Oh, yeah.
How well he can do in this Jinx. It's just interesting to see that he doesn't have something that can peel for himself effectively, like the Thresh or the Tahm Kench, when he's playing into Ornn and Sack and Seraphine.
Yeah, there's a lot of potential engage for Bing Chillers, but there's a lot of disengage and a lot of good AoE for ID Blastcone. We've got a hell of a draft picked up here, and I think it's going to be a hell of a game 5. This is it. It's the best of one to decide who goes to finals between Bing Chillers Emerald and ID Blastcone, and we're going to take a short break. But we hop onto the rift to decide. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Hear my plea to the fallen, leave me to be with the broken one last time before I go. Hold the last burning ember, let us never surrender. May we rise up to glory and the fall. For the weak and the broken, for the lost and forsaken, let us never surrender. May we rise up
We are back one more time onto the Rift for Bing Chiller's Emerald versus Iridescent Dawn Blastcone. We're here in Game 5 to decide who goes to the finals. And we'll see who matches up in that finals on Monday of next week as their matchup did get rescheduled between Dorado Gaming Mew and Iridescent Dawn Supernova. So those teams we'll see after tonight's game. Who are they gonna meet up with in the finals?
Yeah, it's gonna be Nuffies this time on the Yone. We're gonna be matching against Super Chase on the Orm top. Matchup is, yeah, I mean, matchup is nothing really special. I mean, once Orn gets Tabbies and Warden's Mail, the Yone does negative damage to him. All Super Chase has to do is just not die before Tabbies, and he's fine. Other than that, though, everything else is pretty standardized. We analyzed some of the compositions with both these teams, especially on the side of IDB. But IDB has a choice to make with this Yone and this Wukong. Either they engage onto the backline and kill Goat Lissa and T-Lights, but then that leaves all Gucci kind of open to a Zac and an Ornn engage, as well as an Ahri follow-up. Or they could play to kind of play a little more front to back and peel for all Gucci, which is a little bit weaker considering the fact that Wukong will a little bit of low one trading.
That's a very heavy trade for the early game, Jinx. Not exactly what I was expecting. I thought this was going to be another potentially like quiet game, you know, just farming up on both sides. Both these AD carries happy to just scale up and not do too much early game trading. But no, Goat Lissa wants to be aggressive in this laning phase.
And Goat Lissa has a lethal tempo, which is definitely a better early game rune than the sleep footwork. But you gotta respect the fact that all Gucci kind of outranges you with the Calibrum as long as you're in minigun form and you're not in your rocket form.
Yeah, the Rockets will be able to outrange and get a little bit of AoE splash and poke damage down as they crash this first and second wave under the turret, force all Gucci to farm that one up. Still level 1 on the Abelios. This T-Lights is just gonna knock him down from under tower. Yeah, so Seraphine currently, I've talked about it, 16-3 in the AEL, and I'm gonna be honest, I've got a lot of faith for it going 17-3. I think this champion is just insanely broken.
I mean, all Gucci is taking a lot of poke at the moment. A little bit of a trade there. Super Chase don't really want that. Oh, look at what's going on in the mid lane.
Careful. The Technics is here for the counter gank in the mid lane. I think both of them just ended up walking away. No Summoners Exchange, just auto attacks for now as Technics is actually going to force the clone out of Zhao BP, get him to walk away. But
Yeah,
listen, like, in the meantime, continuing to just bully this bottom lane.
You know what's so funny though about the jungle matchup? If they meet each other 1v1 in a skirmish, Technics wins. Because Zac, I mean, Zhao PP on the Wukong, the Wukong is known for being a pretty good duelist, but Technics does magic damage. Wukong does not like going against magic damage champions.
Yeah, the armor stacking passive is really good when he's up against other AD junglers, but in tanks like Technics, how does he like actually get the kill?
Technics is coming around for a bit of a lane gank posture here. Oh, the charm will land.
Nice charm from Dr. Phil and Shield. Gets a little bit of extra damage, and again, Super Chase, we expected this matchup to be pretty shoved in against him. We knew he was going to be on the receiving end of a lot of bullying and a lot of poke. But for now, it is just that sort of quiet early game we were expecting. Goat Lissa has come out to a pretty comfortable 10 CS lead this early on, but I think over time that CS lead shouldn't expand too much unless all Gucci and default skin really make some big mistakes.
Technics canceling is back there. He's just waiting. But honestly, no point in pushing this lane out on the side of ID Blastcone. They want to just kind of play this safe, definitely because of how much poke they took towards level 1 and 2. Swap over to the purple gun there, just to get some wave clear out. But more trading in the top side. As you can see, Super Chase is doing all right. Got the double cloth. He'll be able to survive this one out.
Yeah, as he has the grass stack, anytime he can really get one of those grass bottles down, he considers it like a win in the trade because he's just slowly stacking up more HP. As Lissa actually maybe in trouble here is going to force that heal out of T-Lights. Nice grab aggression there from All Gucci and default.
grabbing some root into the Inferno, trying to clear the wave. He was hoping Goatlista took a tower shot. Fortunately, the timing of the shot was just a little off, so Goatlista able to use his T-Light's able to pop heal, get them out of there to safety.
Yeah, it's been a very close series so far. For anybody who needs a recap coming in, as we've had a couple of raids and a couple of new people come in throughout the series, Bane Showers have won games 1 and 2, and what was is pretty dominating fashion, showing some real great early game lane dominance, transitioning some great leads. But as the series has gone on, games 3 and 4, Blastcone has sort of just turned on. They've activated their sixth sense and have just become the better team overall, as they have taken us to a game 5 and have put us in a reverse sweep situation.
Incoming Frozen Heart Rush from Super Chase. I would not be surprised at this moment.
I don't think Randoins is bad either.
I don't think Randoins is bad either at this point, but it really depends. Cause if Nuffies goes crit, then he could go for the Randoins, but like I wouldn't be surprised if he also goes for a Blade of the Ruin King option on the Yone here. Super Chase in a bit of a trade, misses the E knockup.
But Nuffies also doesn't get his knockup, so it is just walking back for both of them. I do actually think Super Chase ended up getting the better of that trade overall. Again, really nice unstoppable. He's trying to get the clap auto attack, but he can't grab it, as Technics in the meantime off of those grubs, forced off by Zhao PP, and with the teleports burned from both mid laners, it's just going to be ID Blastcone again, picking up those first 3 grubs.
I mean, Super Chase came up on top of the trade because he has the funny Warden's Mail item, so Nuffies unfortunately does negative damage as long as Super Chase gets those grabs rocked out. There's a 1v1 top.
They call the Forge God. Goatlista maybe looking for a kill as well. Nuffies actually manages to dodge out a lot of that damage, sustaining, surviving the shield. Super Chase, you can't take that trade this early! First blood goes to Nuffies!
I wonder what happened to the Call of the Forge God. Potentially, maybe it got cancelled out by the Fate Sealed from the Yone, or maybe one of the Steel Tempest, the third proc on it. I mean, Nuffies has all the tools in that champion, as we've got a dive coming in here. Good flash.
Oh, Technics wants to find it, and I snap back onto 2. The cleanse from Gucci will not do anything. T-Light finds that kill. He's gonna take 1 extra tower shot. Goatlista flashes away, but the last tower shot still comes through. Default Skin will at least get something traded back, but it's a strong dive for the Chillers in the bottom side.
That's gonna put all Gucci and Default Skin into the dirt here. It's gonna make their lives a lot more miserable. Nuffies is gonna get himself a kill there. I mean, like I said before, Super Chase, all he had to do was survive. They wanted to take the close fight. Unfortunately, Yone just has so much output potential compared to the silly orange champion that you can't really do much about it. I mean, here's the Xiao PP coming in for a gank here.
Yeah, and the clone step a little bit too far forward into the river, so it will be spotted out. Dr. Phil and Chill still holding onto that flash and the Spirit Rush, not feeling in too much danger currently. But and yeah, it's just that kill going over to Nuffies that I think is going to be pretty deciding. And with that pickaxe in inventory, I think you were right. It is going to be the Blade of the Ruin King first item for him. So I wouldn't be shocked if we saw Super Chase just finish out those plated steel caps and then go straight for the Frozen Heart. Or maybe just trying to hold on to, hang on, Dr. Phil and Chill wants to find it. Nice sidestep from Yeatloaf, though, away from the char. Will not get caught by that one.
Great movement from Yeatloaf there. I mean, maybe he kind of just, maybe Dr. Phil and Chill was trying to predict movement, and Yeatloaf was like, I know you're trying to predict, so I'll just stand here and let the charm like go to my left while I'm not moving. But honestly, good survivability for Yeatloaf there, just recognizing that coming out. I was gonna say for the top side of the map here, if Nuffies actually like wants to shut this lane out entirely, instead of going for this pickaxe buy, which is a little greedy in my opinion, he just goes for a Vamp Scepter, and then Super Chase never does any more damage to him whatsoever.
Yeah, the sustain becomes too much of a problem as Ornn. He's really good at the longer, more extended trade. That really is what Vamp Scepter counters, because the longer you're in the fight with the Yone, the more he's going to sustain, the more he's going to heal up. I honestly wouldn't even be shocked if Super Chase wants to grab a Bramble Vest this early on, as there's going to be a lot of sustain in this game through that Wukong passive, through the Blade of the Ruin King, and even through the Red Gun from Aphelios, plus his Fleet Footwork. So maybe just an early Bramble Vest buy from him as his next component item. He's a potential, as Zhao PP is going to get caught by that root. Nice warning from the members of Bing Chiller's bottom lane. Zhao PP is getting to be saved, though, by that Monsoon. There's the Elastic Slingshot. Great canceling from Default and Zhao PP, keeping him out of the fight for now. But Technics does so much damage on this Zac. Hop chops him down with the Let's Bounce, but now the members are really low.
Oh, nice visual.
No, it's just on the one, but Gallistic gets caught by the snipe. The Callum from Q does it. Dr. Villain Chill trying to defend his jungler, but he can't get in time. Has to flash away from that Fate Seal as Nuppies is down here in the fight. And it looked good for Big Chillers, but again and again, it's better for ID Blastcone.
All Gucci didn't pop the Moonlight Vigil. He popped it later rather than sooner because even though he had the white gun ready, he wasn't running low on those chakras, didn't have as much ammo, so just waited to swap to the Infernum, then guarantee a pop for a gun. Ooh, close kill.
What a satchel charge from Yeetlove to keep himself safe. Now, with one Spirit Rush charge left, Dr. Phil and Chill should just be able to walk out of here. I don't think Nuffy's without a Fate Sealed can really look for anything there, but yeah. It's just aggression responded to by ID Blastcone. They have great disengage with the Janna and the Wukong. And despite Technics picking up a kill there and looking great, all Gucci was just untouched.
Absolutely. Honestly, it looked like a good opportunity for Big Chillers, but the roams coming in from the side of ID Blastcone allowed them to come on top. Getting Aphelios a little bit more gold in his pocket. Even though he is down a lot of CS, I mean, as he should in this lane is a bit of a hard one for him to play. The Seraphine is quite oppressive to lane against. He is going to start getting back into things. Zach.
Shot, default skin, forced to flash away. He's got that tornado as well to get himself very safe against the Zac, but a flash loss on that Janna is a very big deal. We see Zhao PP on the top of your screen looking for a potential sneak in. I don't think they actually know about the ward in this pixel brush. Zhao PP and Yeetlove now coming down. T-Lights might be in trouble. There's that Mega Inferno. I'm just going to get a little bit of poke down on to T-Lights. They're not going to be able to find anything else. Elastic Slingshot, though, he wants to find it.
No.
But now Zhao PP is here for the engage. They knew Yeetlove was nearby. Just a little bit over aggressive. His Technics going to be forced to flash away with that root. The Moonlight Vigil doesn't find any targets. The Mega Inferno Bomb, not the Mega Inferno Bomb, the Super Mega Death Rocket doesn't find its mark. Oh, but the Call of the Forge God does! Default skin goes down, and so does Yeetlove. Super Chase flashing his forward for the knockup, and all Gucci should be next to fall. Goat Listo will find the kill, and Big Chillers strike hard at the bottom side.
Great TP from Super Chase there. One caught. Oh, I mean, that Call of the Forge God was quite massive as it caught onto a lot of members. It's going to convert them into this Hextech Drake there. First Drake of the game, by the way, at 12 minutes and 36 seconds. Quite a late Drake, later than usual, but one Drake nonetheless. Nuffy is going to convert it into some plates in the top side. Super Chase knows that, like, he really doesn't want to move lane into this whatsoever. Ornn being more of a team fight champion than a split push champion. But now we are seeing a little bit of a swing of things going back and forth.
Yeah, this is finally, I think, what the early grubs have been trying to do for ID Blastcone over the course of this entire series. You have Nuffies on a split pushing champion, someone with a lot of wave clear and a lot of tower damage, who's finally able to get onto an early tower. If you look back at the replays throughout this entire series, early on into the game, ID Blastcone, despite having grub lead in most of this series, has not been able to find a lot of early game pressure, has not been able to find a lot of tower damage in the early game. But now with Ziggs and Yone split pushing in their side lanes, they can finally put these early grubs to good use and get some plates out of them, like we saw Nuffies do up there in the top side.
One thing I wanted to point out on the last team fight on the bot side was all Gucci. I mean, he caught the Moonlight Vigil in hopes of sniping out Technics on Zac, but I feel like it was a little bit of an impatient move on him. I think, considering the health bars at the time of Big Chillers, even though they won that team fight, they're about like half HP or below. If he saved his ultimate for when they got a little bit closer to him, I think the fight could have gone a completely different way.
Yeah, these fights on a razor's edge. I think for both sides, any particular member having a better or worse performance in a particular team fight can swing the tide of things. And this is what we love to see in these game fives, in these best of five series. These players hands dipping each other, really making sure that they know that they are the better player at the moment and try to make that play on the enemy team.
Technics here looking for a gank angle, as you can see. I'm gonna be honest, I wouldn't be surprised if Nuffies 1v2s this.
Yeah, this is very dangerous. Nuffies is going to get that soul unbound onto Super Chase. He gets that Fate sealed down. Nuffies doesn't find the knockup.
Oh my god.
LPP is here. The Cyclone, though, cancels out a lot of that damage. And immediately a teleport from Yeetlove on the bottom side of the map to dissuade a dive from Dr. Phil and Chill. And despite all the action, once again, nobody dies on the map.
No, nothing's gonna get first turret here. I think the flash from Zhao PP was very optimistic. Unfortunately, it didn't amount to anything whatsoever. I think if we synergize abilities a bit more, there could have been 2 kills in top side compared to 0. However, it did turn out into a good situation for ID Blastcone because it will convert into a Rift Herald for this moment. And no contest whatsoever. Huge amount of top lane priority. Heatloaf, good teleport from him. All Gucci, they recognize that like he is one of the win conditions in this game. There are 3 carries on the side of ID Blastcone, so I guess everyone you can say is a bit of a win condition, but no, none greater than All Gucci here. As
Yeah,
he is.
Helios is kind of the champion that you want to draft your entire composition around. Usually, it's similar to Jinx in a way of like, when you draft this champion, you have to look at your team comp and say, okay, how can we enable this AD carry? How can we let our hyper carry play the game to the best of their abilities? And I think for Bing Chillers, they have a comp that does it really well. You have Zac and Ornn on your front line, not only for engage, but also just be meatballs in front of the Jinx, letting her free hit. And you have the sustain from Seraphine as well to make sure that she stays safe. But for the ID Blastcone side, like you said, they have a lot of carries and a lot of people who can do individual things, like Nuffy's on this Yone, outputs a lot of damage, has some great side lane threat. Yeelof on this Ziggs will have a lot of great poke, but they don't have a lot of peel or enabling us. Flash immediately away from Yeelof, did not want to potentially be caught there.
Yeah, there's about 5 members hovering this mid lane. Meatloaf really just doesn't want to give any more kills whatsoever. Bot lane turret will fall in favor of Big Chillers, but this is completely fine for Gucci because now it just gives him a lot of space to farm safely.
I'm assuming that that was something that was dealt with quickly, as we are going to hop into a pause here, as it seems like Default Skin may be having some potential connection issues. I do want to point out that that yellow in Nuffy's health bar is a big lost chunk as he took a tower shot there, and there's a potential for Super Chase to maybe find a kill there.
I don't think he does. He doesn't really have a full item completed. He's got Chain Vest, Warden's Mail, Bombies, and Boots. This guy has Nuffy's has Bork finish with Berserker's Greaves, Nude Quiver, and a Cloak. So it's really easy for him to turn this around against Super Chase, especially since Super Chase doesn't have any anti-heal in his kit. Super Chase is gonna probably he could try to chase him down, but if I was him, I would kind of give chase because right now that wave under that tier 2 turret is very, very valuable. Since you're playing Ornn, you want those levels in order to upgrade your teammates.
Yeah, you want to get those item upgrades. I will say Ornn is the tank mage Death Knight bruiser threat that he is and could potentially look for a kill there. His ultimate is a couple seconds off cooldown. If he wants to try for a kill, I wouldn't put it past him, as there's really nobody else on the map anywhere near. No members of IDB or even Bing Chillers actually close to being available for any sort of fight there. So maybe he goes for it, maybe he doesn't, but right now we're just waiting on that pause. It seems like there was a disconnect, like we saw on the screen there from Default Skin, and we're just waiting for that to be resolved.
If I'm Super Chase here, I want to save my resources for this next dragon fight because the next Drake is up in about 40 seconds here. And Call the Forge God is just such a valuable team fighting tool, as I think Default Skin is going to reconnect in a bit. But the value of the Call the Forge God is just so massive, as it's just a really safe long range engage for your team, and you have the follow up necessary for it. And if he uses it here, it's going to be a lot weaker of a team fight in that Drake, and things could go more in favor of ID Blastcone versus something that Big Chillers can really put in favor for themselves.
Yeah, right now we're just waiting for that support to... We saw him reconnect in the game. We're just waiting for the pause to be undone, get ourselves back into game. And I think you're right. I do think the cooldowns really do have to be saved for this Mountain Dragon. If Bing Chillers can get towards that soul point scaling, can get to be more aggressive, depending on what the soul is, obviously. We're at nearly 20 minutes in the game, and we're only seeing the second dragon, so we don't even know what the soul is going to be yet at this point in the game, but if it's something like an Infernal Soul, or even like it can't be a Mountain Soul, obviously, but like an Ocean Soul to allow them to continue to sustain for their front line and play aggressive in a team fight, there's a lot of potential for them to just play for that soul point, try and scale up, try and be aggressive towards it. And getting that second dragon would really be the difference maker there.
Even Chemtech Soul here would be very, very valuable on both ends, I would think. Even I mean, obviously, I mean, players nowadays don't really favor Chemtech Soul Light, but for the compositions of both teams, I think it can provide a lot of value for whoever gets it. More so for Bing Chiller's side with the two tanks, giving him the heal and shield power as well as the damage reduction on that soul. It's just going to be very, very good. Any soul in this that's given in this game is just going to provide so much value for either team. Even Cloud, I think Cloud will be amazing for both ends as well, either as more chase down or more kiting power. And we'll just have to see how it goes from here.
Yeah, I generally don't think that there's really a bad soul for Bing Chili's here. Obviously, there's ones that they're like less happy to see, but for the most part, it's just getting that soul point. And I think especially unlocking the Elder Dragon for their late game fights would really be the big deal. I hate these long pauses, man. It always takes a lot of the momentum out of the series, and we've had such good momentum in this series. For anybody who's just joining us, we're going to pause, waiting for the support from ID Blastcone to reconnect. We are in Game 5 of the series. Bing Chillers won the first 2 games. ID Blastcone have won the next 2, looking for a potential reverse sweep into this semifinals matchup. The pause always takes away so much momentum and so much, like, of the excitement of the series. We just kind of have to sit here and wait for the players to be ready, and then for the delay to be ready. It's a nightmare.
Yeah.
Seen any good movies recently? This is what I always want to talk about during a pause. And as soon as I say that, the game has been unpaused and will resume in a couple of seconds. So we will be coming back to gameplay in just a short moment here.
We're at the 0 marker.
I'm assuming that this is just a delay to keep us at 3 minutes, and that play will resume in a couple seconds. I'm saying that hopefully.
Okay, there we go.
Okay, back to gameplay. Here we go. Super Chase is chasing down Nuffy. He's actually going to force the flash out of him. He's going to pop that on. They want to find it. He gets the knockup, but the Fate sealed over the wall in time. Nuffy's manages to escape. He'll make it happen.
I literally just said this is exactly what I didn't want to happen. Now, even though
that's what I said he was gonna look for. The man wants his kills.
Now, even though we burn Nuffy's flash as well as the Fate Seal, which is a pretty crucial ultimate on the side of ID Blastcone, it's gonna be a little bit costly. Technics goes in.
Gonna force that flash out of the Aphelios. Pretty big cooldown to lose a Super Chase, and Nuffy's are gonna teleport into this mid lane fight. It's not much of a fight, as it's immediately going to be disengaged on his Nuffy's hang on. Also by the damage on the T-Lights, but there's technique from the backline going to force that Monsoon. All Gucci getting very, very low. Dr. Villain Shield can't find that charm on a Zhao PP. He's got that second proc of the Cyclone. The Moonlight Vigil doesn't do enough damage this early on into the game. No Infinity Edge for Aphelios means no damage on that ultimate, and it's just the jungler lost for ID Blastcone, which should just mean Bing Chillers get this dragon for free.
It's dead correction. That call the first drop was so big brain. Nuffy doesn't have Fate Sealed. They can't turn the fight around. Oh wow! Super Chase knows more about the game than I do. I'm done here.
Look, there's a reason why the players are down. They're playing the game, and we're up here on the desk watching it happen. Now, for some of us,
obviously knows something that I don't.
For some of us, it might be the fact that there's a rank lockout that they couldn't play in this league even if they wanted to. But you know, for some of us, we can't get there. That's okay.
Yeah. Honestly though, Bing Chillers able to put things into their favor. 2 Drakes now. It's gonna be Chemtech Soul as we see the map transform into its greenish hue. Who remembers the time where Chemtech Soul was first introduced and there was just stealth?
Revive. It was insanely strong, but I do want to point out I'm hurt. I'm disappointed. I feel betrayed as Lista is going for collector second item, and I hate it. I hate it. I hate everything about it.
Yeah, I mean, not the most optimal build, if you want to maximize DPS for the Jinx, yeah, it does give you more burst, but I feel like you're losing out on a lot of other items attack speed, when if you really just want more burst, you could just go for Infinity Edge.
There's Runeans, there's Rapid Fire Cannon, there's Phantom Dancer, there's Infinity Edge, which was, hey, just recently buffed to do a lot more damage. I've heard it's pretty good on crit scaling hyper carries like Jinx.
I wonder how that worked. Itemization is such a it's a pretty controversial and like skewed discussion amongst players that like really. I know League of Legends like build what you want. Right? We want to add the flexibility. Xiao PP trying to.
Technics is gonna force Xiao PP away from the Rift Scuttler. He wants it for himself as this Baron spawns up. And I gotta say, to get away from the negativity talk for a second, I love the new Baron animations. I feel like I get to talk about it every time I watch the Baron spawn, the map change. Right? They did such a great job with that. 10 out of 10. Well done.
Yeah, absolutely. Honestly, the Baron map rework and the different types of Barons, it adds a little bit more pace to the game as well as the power. Oh, look at this!
Nice disengage, but all Gucci is going to be forced to use that cleanse. Technics now maybe in trouble. No more aftershock. He's got that passive though. He will be able to sustain a little bit longer. But in the meantime, Super Chase actually is just going to die on the top side. Snapped his life away. Nuffy's picks up the solo kill. In the meantime, that Rift Herald spawned up in mid lane is going to charge into the turret and pick up his son on to Go Lista. They don't have any extra follow up, but Nuffy's is going to spawn out. Technics on that elastic slingshot. I don't think this is the engage you want. Flash away from Goat Lista to get away from that bait sealed, and I think the jungler is just dead. Technics falls. Goat Lista trying to do anything with these auto attacks, but hey, it's past 20 minutes. The enemy jungler is dead. You know what that means.
Big shutdowns and kills coming out from ID Blastcone. They're gonna transition this potentially into the Baron. There are some low health bars, but Nuffy's has the damage as well as all Gucci. They're gonna be able to sustain this through. There's a teleport
from Super Chase. He's got that Call of the Forge God as well. He's gonna immediately pop that one. He wants to find some crowd control. One knock up, two. Can they find any extra damage? The Super Mega Death Rocket is just coming off the cooldown now. Just Goat Lista have enough mana for it. He's so low on mana. I can't actually tell. He's levels up.
He leveled
I don't
up.
think he's even gonna opt for it. They're just gonna try and push down this turret instead.
All right, make an Inferno Bomb. Gonna clear the wave just to try to sway them away, but it won't work. Demolish Rock gonna just go bonk. Super Chase gonna help them take that mid lane to 1. It looks like a nice fight, but unfortunately the health bars were a little bit too low on the side of ID Blastcone, and then Super Chase able to respawn with the honestly these respawn timer changes coming in towards the mid game actually allowing them to contest this Baron fight, and no transition for ID Blastcone.
Yeah, that is the collector finish for Goat Lista. So despite how we feel about the efficacy of the particular item, it is a 2-item spike for Jinx. I'm assuming soon to be 3, not soon to be 3, but soon to be a 60% crit, trying to get a little bit more damage out of that build. I don't know. I wanted Jinx to go for like Runeans and IE and just look to be like team fight god that everybody fears and those late game Jinxes. But Goat Lista is kind of delaying that build. Super Chase will go for his own item build, finish up that Frozen Heart 30 seconds out of this Chemtech Dragon. The overlay is lying to you a little bit, right? It still hasn't fully updated that one. It still shows the Mountain Dragon, but the Mountain Dragon was the last one to spawn.
Sneaky. Big Chiller's playing towards the bot side. Look at this posture coming in for them. A little Chow PP trying to clear a ward, but dashes away.
Oh, Dr. Phil can't find the charm. He's forced
That's the
away
Spirit
on
Rush
that
out.
one.
Yeah, that's the
Rush out for just the clone. That's a slingshot
Spirit Rush
charged
out.
off. Nice cancel from Zhao PP on that Cyclone, but it's a huge call. The Forge God. They find the charm on all Gucci. Do they have the burst damage? Can they finally take down the Aphelios? Yes, they can. Nuffy's on the back line. T-Lex flashes away from the bait seal beautifully. He might still die for it, but the snapback doesn't kill him. But the run from downtown. Goat Lista, the goat picks him up to collect and execute. Surely that are there.
Yes, absolutely. There, no collector, no kill, my friend. That is, I'm telling you, this collector guy, big brain, because he wouldn't have been able to kill Nuffy's there. And now we're gonna be transitioning into our own Baron. They're gonna, you know, ignore the dragon, even though they're up 2 Drakes to 0.
I don't hate it.
I don't hate the decision either.
Manage steal? No, Technics has a smite, thankfully. We'll lock that one down.
Yeah, they can't really do two objectives at the same time because all their objective damage is pretty much catered towards Goatlista on the Jinx, slightly on the T-Lights as well, but T-Lights only kind of has one item, so it doesn't do as much damage as you could potentially. But now we're gonna be trading objectives here, potentially. I don't really see a reason why Big Chiller should fight this dragon. It's gonna get shredded anyways. They should just use their Baron buff and push down the mid lane. I've seen so many situations where teams get Baron and they think, oh, instantly go to dragon, we need that objective, and then they all get 5-man wiped because they're low from Baron, and then they lose their Baron buff, and then the gold lead swings around. So good decision making from Big Chillers, knowing how to use their Baron buff to take the base and not just use it as a cosmetic purple aura around themselves with a nice fancy recall.
Yeah, Goatlista does have that first upgraded Ornn item in his inventory, the Wormfallen Sacrifice, available to him now. Super Chase, unfortunately, doesn't have his own upgrade item. The Sunfire Cape doesn't have an upgrade anymore. We don't get a Forge Fire Cape any longer, as it's no longer a mythic item, but I'm sure he'll get one eventually.
So here's the thing with Ornn items. He only really has 3 options if he wants his own upgrade item. The Jack Show, which goes into Unspoken Parasite. The Heartsteel, which goes into the Leviathan, which I really don't think is a very good option on the Ornn, because all it does is just give you 1000 HP. And then the Unending Despair, which I forgot the name of, but that is also an upgradable item, but I feel like that item...
One of my favorite item names in the game.
Yeah, but I feel like that item is just super niche on that champion, and like it's really not optimal in most situations. So most of the time you're opting for the Jack Show.
Yeah, I'm assuming that Jack Show will be the next item in his inventory, since he's got that Negatron Cloak and a plot armor in his inventory. So when that one gets upgraded, this Ornn Super Chase is going to be so tanky. Now it's just on the rest of his teammates to pick up Ornn upgradable items. Right now, Seraphine does not have one, and Zac does not have one. I'm sure they will get one eventually, but right now it is just Ahri with the Malignant's able to be upgraded, and it's not the best upgrade in the world.
One thing that I really... that's really a bit skewed with the item rework in Season 14 is that Ornn can upgrade Infinity Edge, but he can't upgrade Navori Quick Blades.
Which is so screwed, because he can also upgrade Ginsu's.
Yes, and I really think that's just a very awkward. Like, the good thing about like Navori AD carries that usually they rush Kraken, so they kind of have that fallback if they have an Ornn on their team. But with other champions that don't really build Kraken, but they build like Navori quickly, it's like let's just say Gangplank for example, like, and you have an Ornn on your team. Usually it's not the case, but sometimes it happens. I don't
really
like
Ornn support with Senna and Gangplank.
I don't really Gangplank can't really like get an upgraded Ornn item unless he goes like Infinity Edge. All other crit items on him that are upgradable are like really bad.
I think Goatlista is not opting for Infinity Edge at all this game, actually, as Flash Force out of Heat of Technics with the Elastic Slingshot is... we've been talking a lot about itemization. We haven't gotten the chance to talk a lot about the actual gameplay recently. I just want to point out, Technics has been having a great performance on the Zac, despite all the disruption on this ID Blastcone side. Zhao VP and Default Team have been doing their best to keep him out of fights, but he's been doing a great job of engaging for his team and making it happen.
Here we go.
Making it happen, he might have found all Gucci. The Let's Bounce canceled out nicely by Default Skin. There's that encore. Finds all the members it needs. They found Zhao PP, executed by Goatlista. Dr. Phil and Shield forced away of the ulti. Almost should have done his moment, and it was just enough. All Gucci again. Snipes down Goatlista. The Caliber Q doing a little bit too much work.
Great snipe from all Gucci there. It's a big shutdown with more money into his pocket. He's going to be able to hopefully transition this gold and get things rolling. But the Malignant's upgrade and Enmity of the Masses is going to be coming in for Dr. Philanchill on the Ahri. It's going to be adding more scaling, more team fight power, more damage just for the entire team of Big Chillers. And you see how well Ornn does as a scaling tank champion.
You know, for all of the issues we have with Riot as like a balance team and sometimes as a design team, we question their choices sometimes. However, when it comes to naming Ornn items, I don't think there's a single time that they have missed. You know what, Riot? Props to you. Whoever you have on your team who's named the Ornn items, as long as you haven't fired him, give him a raise. He's done a great job.
I'm just glad Obsidian Cleaver is back. I missed that item so much when, you know, Season 9 and Season 10 before Mythics were introduced.
Yeah.
Now we get Obsidian Cleaver.
We're gone through a bit of an identity crisis. I mean, different items he has to upgrade. Oh, Xiao PP, hang on. He just wanted the Blastcone. He didn't want to give Technics another chance to get into the pit, so he just said, don't mind me, gonna sneak in back here, take this Blastcone and get out.
It's a kind of a 4v5 right now because Yelov has to clear the mid wave because it was so far pushed in to ID Blastcone's base. Now he's gonna be walking back. Fortunately, that Dragon hasn't started up. There is good amount of vision inside the pit, but a little bit past that on the left side, you can see how much control that Big Chillers has.
Yeah, we do have Technics just waiting for a potential engage. He wants to blind him. He's down it on two. Default's getting nothing, but it's stolen away. Xiao PP has the smite. He finds it. Dr. Phil and Chill as well. Technics is going to get that ulti pop on the backline. Go Lista, though, still fairly healthy on this Jinx, but can they get in there to help? And all Xiao PP survives with Zora HP. Where is that Super Mega Death Rocket going? Go Lista, no! I think he got trolled by the minimap. He has to have gotten trolled by his minimap, surely.
Maybe he saw how low Super Chase was and like I think he had a bit of a brain fart moment. Honestly, like, okay, that kind of happened in the NBA. James Harden tried to block his own teammate Kawhi Leonard's three-point shot. I feel like that was just like what happened. That he kind of just had a brain fart moment. He's like, I'm gonna do this, and I was like, oh wait. That's not what I wanted to do.
So, look, we are in Game 5 of a semifinals matchup. This game decides which team will go to finals and face either Dorado Gaming Mew or Iridescent Dawn Supernova, and I think tension is high here. All these players have got to be feeling real tight in their shoulders. It's got to be a very difficult game for them to play through, so any slight mistakes, like clicking on your minimap with your ult instead of clicking on the enemy team, it can be passed over. It's okay.
This Aphelios is strong now. He's got 3 items working.
He's got an Infinity Edge.
Yeah, he's got an Infinity Edge. I mean, the Jinx has 4 items, which makes her slightly bit stronger, but the Aphelios is a force to be reckoned with at the moment. You saw how, like, he wasn't able to be touched in that last team fight. He had the cleanse ready to cleanse the Encore from the Seraphine. Oh, here we go.
Oh, flash forward from Nuffies, but he doesn't find Go Lista with the Fate Seal, but doesn't even matter. Oh, it dies! Go Lista does just enough damage and survives with a sliver of HP against that Soul Unbound from Nuffies. Technics now maybe in trouble getting engaged on, but the teleport's going to come through from Super Chase. He's got that call to Fortune. It's a nice cancel out on that last shot again. Xiao PP keeping his team alive. There's the Super Mega Death Rocket. Its aim is true that time. He makes up for it. He finds his 7th kill of the game.
There's another Baron gonna go for the side of being Chillers here. They're looking a lot stronger than they were in the last 2 games. Looks like they found their composure, and now we got an upgraded Locket of the Iron Sea.
Of the Golden Dawn. Again, these names just hit every time. The Unspoken Parasite, now the only upgrade left is onto T-Light, so I'm assuming should be able to get an upgrade on 3rd item. I don't think Seraph's is one that upgrades. Maybe he's just never going to get one and keep Warren slightly less tanky than he could be, but who knows?
I mean, the only option that really T-Lights has if they want an upgraded item is either Moonstone or Dawn Core. So, because you really don't want to build Echoes of Helia, the item is garbage.
Yeah, that item sucks. I love the idea of Echoes of Helia because I was a big Athenes enjoyer when it was in the game. But Echoes of Helia just keeps reminding me every day that Riot removed Athenes, and it just makes me sad every time I look at it.
Yeah, so the options that T-Lights has, if he wants to build them, is, we're gonna get this scuttler here, just clear out some vision, is either the Dawn Core or the Moonstone Renewer, which are both pretty good options.
I think without a lot of mana regen in her inventory, you get a lot more value out of the Moonstone. It's also just a good item in general, and without a lot of the support items behind it and a lot of the extra mana regen aside from support item plus Imperial Mandate, it's probably better to just grab the Moonstone. Even just in terms of like not looking at worn upgrade items.
Look at this Zac build. Locket and Knight's Vow. I mean, he's playing support Zac. He's just got himself attached to Goat Lista on this Jinx here. I assume just adding more survivability to his backline, even if he jumps in.
If you call back your mind 20 minutes ago, I said, hey, if you're going to pick a champion like Jinx, your entire draft needs to work around her. And Technics has taken that to heart with his pure support items build. I love this so much, actually.
Honestly, I like the direction it's taking. I think it's a good decision on him. He knows that if he went full tank, try to engage, yes, he could probably survive for a little longer, but he knows his priorities are to win this game through his carries.
Hill finds a charm, is gonna burn that cleanse off of all Gucci, a very important cooldown with that Seraphine ult available with Technics, looking for a potential engage. He's looking for something as Super Chase is maybe in trouble, actually. Has to burn that flash. He's got the Call of the Fork on as well. Xiao VP should have that second Cyclone to cancel out, but all Gucci's just all gone! The Super Mega Death Run from downtown plus Dr. Phil and Chill delete that, man. The Encore goes wide, but at this point, it does not even matter. It's a double kill for Lista. Dr. Phil and Chill finds one. We're 35 minutes into the game. Those are minute-long death timers. That should be the end of it.
Look, line and sinker pretty. They're gonna clean this one up very, very efficiently. It's just, this is it for the series. I mean, Yeetwolf is gonna play Desperation Mode, but I don't think there's anything she can do at this point.
As the engage, there will be no ID versus ID finals. It's Bing Chiller's season, and they're going to finals.
It'd be Bing chilling for BCE here. We're going to be moving on with them. Solid 3-2 win. We had a back and forth series. First two games going to BCE. ID Blastcone showing large signs of life in the next two games, games 3 and 4. Trying to bounce it back, but Bing Chiller's Emerald really going to show that they can clutch this one out. Goat Lista being playing like a goat, honestly. The draft from BCE this game was a lot stronger and it was a lot more composed. They knew how to play this draft more effectively.
It's really simple to execute on front-to-back composition. They were peeling for their Jinx. Despite some questionable build choices, she was able to play around her team really effectively. Her team was able to play around her really effectively. It just looked good for the Bang Chillers.
Yep, just became a machine gun towards the end game here, and honestly, I really liked what I saw from this whole series. I just had a wonderful time here.
Now, I made a prediction in the chat that Bing Chillers were going to win, so I'm now sitting on a cool 120,000 points. But we're going to take a short break while we get an interview from one of the winning members of this Bing Chillers composition. Thank you all so much for joining us through the pauses and all through this incredible 5-game series. We'll be right back one more time. Welcome back, everybody. We're here with an interview with the winning AD carry of Bing Chillers Emerald. It's Goat Lista.
Yes, sir.
After that very back and forth series and a very difficult game 5.
I'm feeling great, honestly. This is my first time in these leagues, and like I'm just having a great time. And yeah, I'm very happy right now with my team, especially Lights. Shout out to Lights. He's my goat.
Yeah, T-Light's been putting in a lot of work for you in the support role. Now,
Yes,
I'm going
sir.
to start with a question that I have to ask that everybody in chat is worried about and wondering about. Where was the Infinity Edge on your Jinx? Was it going to be your last item?
Okay, so in the game that we just played, game 5, it was going to be my last item, and in game 1, it was going to be my item after Bloodthirster. And the reason in game 1 I went Bloodthirster is because they had so much poke. I was just worried, and I had enough damage that I felt like I just need a little bit more sustain. And if I could get the sustain, it would be fine. And then in the 5th game, I felt like since I was so ahead, I could just start collecting skulls and get ahead and just win the game. That's pretty much it. Like, I'm pretty sure I wouldn't have got the kill on Yone if I went IE in near the dragon right when I got Collector. But yeah, that's pretty much why.
I think that was a question that we had on broadcast. But again, congratulations on your game 5
All right,
win.
thank you,
During
sir.
the series, were you ever
Thank you.
worried coming into that game 4, especially, or coming out of that game 4, thinking like, oh man, could this be a reverse sweep? Is this something that's going to happen?
Honestly, in the game 5, I just kind of like stopped talking, and I just tried to focus up because I did pretty bad in the Ash game. I got clapped, so I just had to focus up and make sure that I didn't get clapped by all Gucci again. That's pretty much it. I got yelled at by Technics because I was getting hit by every single Varsal, and yeah, it was just that Ash game. I just try to forget about it, honestly. Yeah.
Everybody has performances like that. Nash, do you have anything you want to ask our guest here?
I have some things to ask, Goatlista. So, I mean, looking back at the last game, obviously, I mean, the Ash wasn't your greatest performance, and I mean, we've seen you at your highest, and we saw you at your lowest in this entire series. Looking back and reflecting, is there really anything that like you would take from this game to improve yourself as an individual and as a team?
Honestly, I'd probably have to watch the VOD back because there's so like all Gucci's probably the best ADC. I think he's one of the best ADCs. So I knew it was gonna be pretty hard playing against him. So I pretty much just got to look at the VODs and see like why I was getting caught so much and why I was inting in the Ash game. But yeah, maybe my builds are bad. I don't know. I think my builds are good. I get yelled at every game by the Bing Chiller staff. They say, please go Lissa. Don't build Collector anymore. Don't build Hex Plate on Cog. They just don't know I'm playing 40 chess, and these guys don't know. These guys are just not on my level with the builds. But yeah, I pretty much got to watch the VODs.
You know
Yeah,
what? I respect that a lot.
like,
Do you have
yeah,
any particular shout outs that you want to give to any of the other players, to either to Dorado or ID Supernova, or to any of your own teammates?
honestly, shout out to the Big Chillers. Shout out to XG. I love both those orgs. They're great orgs. Good job to ID. Nice try. You know, wait. Shout out Tacnics for camping my lane. Shout out Chase. Shout out Dr. Phil. Shout out Lights. And yeah, that's all the shout outs. And shout out Jesus for giving me the dub on game 5.
Last question for you. Who are you hoping to face in the grand finals?
Honestly, I'll be honest with you. I don't even know both the team. I only know IDs in the next in the other side.
And we have Dorado Gaming View.
I hate Dorado, so I hope ID wins.
He wants his rematch against another ID org.
Yeah.
All right, I like the confidence.
Me and my homies hate Dorado.
All good, all good, all good.
Well, do you have before we send you off, before we send off the broadcast, do you have a prediction for that series that's going down on Monday?
ID wins 3-0, easy.
3-0?
Mystic.
Okay.
Mystic and his support are gonna just gap the bot lane. That's my guess.
All right, we'll have to watch that performance on Monday. But unfortunately, that's going to be it for us tonight. Again, Goat Lister, congratulations on your win, and thank you so much for
Thank
joining
you.
us here on the desk. I've been What's Bernie. That's been Nash, PBS, our producer in the back, making sure that everything runs smoothly. Thank you all so much for joining us for this marathon of a series. We'll catch you next week for the finals. Have a good night.
you.